आवाज येते का? आवाज येते?
Nitish sir, am I audible? Nitish sir,
येस यू आर ऑडिबल मॅडम. माझा आवाज येतो का?
yes sir. म्हटलं एकदा ट्रायल करून घेऊया ना
तुमचा
audible.
तुमचा थोडा म्हणजे खाली कॅमेरा खाली करा. तुमचा थोडा चेहरा दिसतोय.
हा मी ते बघते ठीक आहे तर ठीक आहे मला.
हा. पण
सुशीला मॅम, एम आय ऑडिबल? मला आवाज येते मॅम?
हा हा येतोय सर युअर ऑडिबल. मला
ओके,
बट
थँक्यू.
आय सी माय सेल्फ आय वॉन्ट टू सी वेअर आय एम सिटिंग अँड हाऊ इट इज बट आय एम नॉट एबल टू सी माय सेल्फ.
ओके. तू आता तिथून घे हॉटस्पॉट. हॉटस्पॉट.
सर एम आय विजिबल करेंगे सर?
हा बोला मॅडम.
एम आय विजिबल?
येस 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 यू आर विजिबल, पण थोडं ब्लड असं दिसतं बॅकग्राऊंड तुमचं. अंधुक दिसतं असं. ते थोडा कॅमेरा साफ करायचा लॅपटॉपचा कॅमेरा. ठीक आहे. यू आर विजिबल अँड ऑडिबल ऑल्सो.
I'm just checking my mic. Sushila ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay.
अनिकेत अनिकेत
Yes, sir.
बाकी आपले लोक कुठे जॉईन व्हा म्हणून त्यांना 5 मिनिट बाकी आहेत फक्त.
Yeah. Give me 2 minutes. कोकणाकडे झालं का तुमचं?
थांबा थांबा बोल लवकर. हाँ अनिकेत सर आवाज आ रहा है. वर्चुअली करो वर्चुअली.
पाटील सर तुमचा चेहरा विंडो कट घ्या असा अंधार पडतो चेहऱ्यावर.
करतो ऍडजस्ट करतो.
नाहीतर लाईट समोर घ्या.
हो 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 हो.
सुशीला मॅडम तुमचं बॅकग्राऊंड काय आहे तुम्हाला इकडचं नाही का टाकताय दुसरं कुठलं.
Background हे समजा.
ब्लॅक दिसतं बोर्ड सगळं पाठीमागे.
ब्लॅकबोर्डच आहे ना, सामान्य ठेवलं.
राहू द्या आता चेंज नका करू मग राहू द्या. हा हा हा
सर आता ओके ना.
हा आता ठीक आहे पाटील सर.
ओके.
माझं background
मॅडम भेटली ना.
ठीक आहे सुशीला मॅडम ठीक आहे. नाव
on the video. Video.
Hello. राव मॅडम. हाँ आप कहाँ पर हो?
आईक्यूएसी रूम में.
ओके फाइन. इको हो रहा है आपका आवाज.
हाँ अभी क्लियर है.
नहीं अभी भी इको हो रहा है.
I will sit in a network area then.
Yeah, check out because थोड़ा आवाज में प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है.
हेलो. अभी ठीक है.
हाँ बेटर है.
अभी ठीक आवाज है.
हाँ थोड़ा बेटर है, इतना भी नहीं है.
there is no clarity in your voice madam. No clarity.
अभी क्लैरिटी ठीक है?
ठीक है, अभी ठीक है।
ओके।
करंट नाही सर. तुमचा पण थोडा कॅमेरा तो फॅनच दिसायला.
काय होतं?
थोडा फ्रंटला गेला तुमचा. खाली असं असं एकदम वर गेल्यासारखं वाटतं. हा 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 बस. जास्ती वर गेला. थोडा नाही नाही जास्ती वर गेला.
नाही नाही, थांबा ना, ठेवतो ते.
हा हा हा.
आता आता ठीक आहे का?
हा हा
बाकी सोपं.
हा.
बघा
थोडा अजून थोडा हे करा ना. हे पंखा दिसणार नाही.
असं.
हा बस आता पूर्ण दिसतात. और वीडियो ऑन करो ना. नहीं दिख रहा है. इसमें पूछो ना. इनक्वायरी पूछो ना उधर. मेरा वीडियो दिख रहा है. कैमरा आपने कौन सा ऑन किया?
सर तो मैं बोलूंगी मेरा फेस खाना चाहिए उधर,
वो आ जाएगा मेरे तक।
वो बता दीजिए.
नहीं चालू है, आपका कैमरा चालू है ना? ये अभी नहीं। बोलो। हेलो। हाँ? तो क्या था? हाँ? हेलो। आला ना?
Yes, sir. Yes, Bhagavani sir, you are audible.
ओके मैडम.
Good morning, everybody. Myself, Professor Sandhya Saxena. Sushila ji, am I
very
audible?
good morning, madam. Good morning. Good
Very good
morning.
morning, ma'am. Very good morning, ma'am.
Sharp at 9:30, we will start, madam.
Last 1 minute to go.
Sushila madam, you may proceed.
Okay, sir. I'll start. Good morning, all. Let's start with the quote of Peter Drucker. The best way to predict the future is to create it. A warm and a cordial morning to all esteemed delegates, dignitaries, guests, and participants gathered here for one-day National Multidisciplinary Web Conference on Intersecting Realities, Exploring New Paradigms in the 21st Century. To welcome is to extend honor and integrity. On behalf of our institution and my personal behalf, I, Dr. Sushila Yadav, IQAC Coordinator and Conference Joint Secretary, extend my heartfelt welcome to all distinguished guests, special invitees and participants from across the world. A special welcome to all my dear colleagues as well. This conference is a confluence of ideas where perspectives meet innovation and shape new paradigms. At the very outset, it is customary for us to invoke the divine presence and welcome our guests. So I request Professor Patil sir to play a welcome song. This welcome song is sung by our student Brahmananda. Dr. Patil.
Dr. Patil, unmute yourself.
Aniket sir, Patil sir.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Yeah, kindly play the welcome song sung by our student Brahmananda.
Patil sir, what happened?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Sushila madam, if it is not possible, please proceed further.
Confirm once again. Is it possible, Aniket sir?
Please go further. Please go further.
Is it possible to play the song?
Please go. Please go ahead.
I think we should proceed. We can proceed.
There is a little bit technical glitch, and you can go ahead.
I think we can go ahead. No problem.
Please go ahead, please, madam.
Yes, sir. I welcome Dr. Balasaheb Patil sir. Sir has joined us. Welcome, sir. So I'll proceed. As we gather here, let us reflect on the significance of prayer, not merely as a request, but as a moment to acknowledge the divine presence that unites us all. O Almighty, grant us the wisdom to seek the truth, patience to listen and learn, and strength to embrace new ideas that shape a better tomorrow. Dear friends, as we embark on this journey of knowledge and collaboration, let us commence the formal proceedings of the conference. I now invite our esteemed principal, Dr. S. B. Karande, sir, to deliver the welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Very good morning to one and all present on this online platform. The chief guest and keynote speaker of the inaugural Comforts Technical Session of this one-day National Web Conference, Honorable Dr. Mrs. Sandhya Saxena, Madam, Professor, Department of English, VRAL, Rajkiya Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Bareilly, Uttar Pradesh. Our another guest, Dr. Balasaheb Patil, Vice Principal, Dr. M.D. Auti, Co-Coordinator and Conference Secretary, Mr. M.B. Khobragade, Coordinator of this inaugural function and Conference Joint Secretary, Dr. Sushila Yadav, Conference Coordinator, Dr. Seti Patil, Conference Joint Secretary, Mr. Aniket Salvi, Convener of the Conference, Mrs. Suhas Savan Thakur, Co-Convener, Dr. Vinayak Kamble, Mrs. Shailaja Rao, Mrs. Priyanka Auti, other members of organizing committee, delegates, researchers, teachers, participants, academicians, and research students from various parts of the country. As an in-charge principal of the college, I warmly welcome you all for this one-day national level web conference on the vital theme, intersecting realities, exploring new paradigms in 21st century. Friends, this web conference jointly organized by the Department of Economics, Sociology, and Political Science in collaboration with Internal Quality Assurance Cell of our college. Friends, we all are very fortunate because our teachers and students are the part of the educational institutions like Gokhale Education Society. Students, Gokhale Education Society is the synonym of excellence in the field of education. Its glorious journey of 107 years tells the story of the quality and dignity of the teaching profession. I would like to share with you all the Gokhale Education Society was established on 19th February 1918 on the third death anniversary of Namdar Gopal Krishna Gokhale by this illustrious disciple of Principal T. A. Kulkarni, who was a great social worker. Society has completed 107 years of its meaningful existence and has today around 147 units spread over three zones, that is in Mumbai, Nasik, and Thane Palghar in the Maharashtra state. Around 1,40,000 students are taking the benefits of education. It is one of the oldest and pioneering educational institution established with the main objective of developing quality citizens through education and training. The society has all along emphasized the holistic approach and total personality development of our students through educational programs undertaken on the basis of service and dynamic leadership. Friends, Gokhale Education Society established our college as Arts, Commerce and Science College at Borivali, Mumbai in June 1979 in order to cater the educational needs of the people of the northwest suburb of Mumbai to impart value-based education in a disciplined manner. The college is permanently affiliated to the University of Mumbai and enlisted under Section 2F and 12B of UGC Act. It is NAC accredited and ISO certified in order to enable our students to face the challenges of new trends. Our management has introduced self-financing courses, that is BMS, BSCIT, BBI, and BAF program, as well as postgraduate in commerce, that is MCOM, and certificate courses in addition to BA and BCom degree courses. The institution has constantly attempting to expand and grow to address the needs of the time. Friends, as I earlier said, Gokhale Education Society is our parent institution. It is committed to raise the dignity of the teaching profession. The Director General of Gokhale Education Society, late Sir Dr. M.S. Goswami, always used to say the faculty has to be lifelong learner, critical thinker, and a leader of change. In this context, since its inception, our college is organizing conferences consistently on contemporary issues to avoid the platform to the researchers. During the last 46 years, college has organized more than 50 conferences and workshops at university, state, national, and international level. This year also, we have organized three web conferences on different themes. Friends, there will be three sessions of this one-day national web conference on different sub-themes. The experts will focus on the various dimensions of intersecting realities, exploring new paradigms in 21st century. The guest speaker of this session will enlighten us on the very relevant topic, changing family rules and dynamics in globalized world. Once again, I welcome all the dignitaries in the inaugural first technical session of this web conference. I congratulate all the members of organizing committee of an initiative to organize this one-day national web conference. I extend my sincere thanks towards Honorable and respected Dr. Mrs. Dipti Deshpande Madam, Secretary and HR Director, Gokhale Education Society, respected Dr. Mrs. S.V. Sant, Chairperson, Gokhale Education Society, Nasik, Zonal Secretary, Mumbai Zone, and former principal of our college. I express my sincere thanks to our today's guests for accepting our invitation and sparing their valuable time for us. I really appreciate the members of the organizing committee for an initiative to organize this web conference. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Sushila Yadav, Madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your welcome address and inspiring words. As sir said, we keep on organizing conference. So this year, the conference is themed as Intersecting Realities, Exploring New Paradigms in the 21st Century. This conference aims to explore the ever-evolving interplay between tradition and modernity, technology and society, individual perspective and collective experiences. Standing at the crossroad of the multiple realities, this conference serves as a platform to discuss, debate, and envision new frameworks for the future. The 21st century has ushered in an era of unprecedented transformation marked by rapid technological advancement, global interconnectedness, and evolving societal challenges. These shifts demand a multidisciplinary approach, integrating insights from economics, sociology, and political science to navigate the complexities of our time. The theme, Intersecting Realities, Exploring New Paradigms in the 21st Century, drills into the intricate connections between global economic trends, the sociological impact of cultural shifts, and the political dynamics shaping governance and policy. The conference provides an enriching platform for scholars, researchers, and practitioners to share insights, foster dialogue, and collaborate on innovative solutions for the challenges of the modern era. May I now invite Mr. M. Koblagare, coordinator of the college and conference secretary, to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Sandhya Saxena, Professor, Department of English, VRAI, Rajkiya Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Bareilly, Uttar Pradesh, for the inaugural and first technical session on changing family roles and dynamics in the globalized world. Over to you, Koblagare, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, one and all.
Good morning.
Respected principal and all participants. Though we may be miles apart, it is a pleasure to come together virtually for this exciting conference. We are excited to share this experience with all of you, wherever you may be joining from. It is my privilege to introduce our chief guest for today's inaugural session, Professor Sandhya Saxena Madam, who is going to talk on the theme of changing family roles and dynamics in globalized world. We are deeply honored to have her with us today to officially open our conference. Madam is from the Department of English, VRAL, Rajkiya Mahila Mahavidyalay, Bareilly, Uttar Pradesh, having teaching experience of 22 years and research experience of 11 years. So far, under her guidance, 3 students awarded PhD degree. During her service period, Madam was appointed as principal. She worked as convener of NAC, worked as an NSS officer, exam in charge, chief editor of the college publications. So far, Madam has published almost 50 research papers on various topics in ISBN books and referred journals. Madam honored with award on International Women's Day by Manav Seva Club Bareilly. Even she is honored by Uttar Pradesh state government on the occasion of Shikshak Saman Samaroh. So, without further delay, please join me in welcoming Professor Saxena Madam to deliver the inaugural address. Madam, we are eager to hear your thoughts and are grateful for your presence even in this virtual space. Thank you. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We are truly honored to have you, ma'am, and we look forward to your valuable insight on today's theme. So without further ado, let us welcome Dr. Sandhya Saxena to deliver her keynote address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Sushila ji. And thank you, Dr. for giving an introduction. I am not very, I don't consider myself to be an eminent person. I am one of the teaching community, and we are here just to share our thoughts and insights on various topics. The topic that you have selected for the conference is really very, very, significant in the present scenario. So first of all, let me thank the principal of the college, Dr. Karnade sir, for inviting me on this occasion, and all the members of the conference, committee, coordinator, and other members of this conference. I am really thankful to all of you for inviting me here. The topic that we are going to discuss is changing family roles and dynamics in the globalized world. Now, definitely, there are a lot many changes in the family dynamics in the present scenario because of the advent of globalization and many other theories, concepts, and ideas that are flooding our human imagination and mind. First, most of the ideas because of the individualistic philosophy that we are having nowadays, because of the sense of independence, requirement for space, sense of liberalization. So there are so many thoughts and ideas which are responsible for changing the dynamics of the family in the present scenario. And it is a very vast topic for the socialist scholars to ponder over, speculate over, and give their ideas. I am here not to provide to you any socialist thought or any expert view about as a sociologist or as a politician or as an economist. I, being a student of literature and one of the academician community, I am willing to shed light on this topic in the context of the of my experiences, and also in the context of the literary works that are here in our country now, from the post-independence era, because most of the Indian novels in the post-independence era, they focus on the family dynamics. And not only novels, other works of literature, also dramas are also there, stories are also there. So I'll give some examples, and I'll try to discuss how these changing dynamics are, say, crucial for the society, and whether means what we should try to learn from these changing dynamics, or we should try to learn from these works of literature. Now, as we all know, family is a group of individuals who are living either under one roof or living apart because of certain reasons, but they are having a bond. this bond may be because of marriage, it can be because of blood, it can be because of adoption, other personal relationships, maybe there may be several reasons for this bond, but because of some bond, they are living together. Abhi, I was hearing the principal of the college, and he told us 170 years have gone since this Berkeley Educational Society has been, say, bringing people under one roof, making them work together, and following the values, traditional, values and cultural values, and move ahead in the sphere of education. No, don't you think it is surprising in the other sectors, in the sector of education, the sector of business, in the sector of say economics, in other sectors we are moving towards corporate world, we are moving like a corporate unit, but the one sector which is very much say close to us, or with which we begin our existence, there we are moving out of corporate feeling. We are trying to be independent, we are trying to be individualistic, we are trying to say negate all kinds of controls and domination and restrictions, because we call them domination, restrictions, control. We don't accept them as say you can say a kind of a bondage, a kind of say close knit community, or say unit. My point is, in the realm of family, we are moving away from the joint family system. We are moving towards the nuclear family system. In the rest of the areas, we are trying to join hands and moving like a corporate unit. So this is the time we should ponder over this. We should speculate over this. When we say family, we know very well we depend on the family for certain reasons. In India, at least, I don't say everywhere the spirits may be same, but whatever literature I go through from different parts of this world, I find people are craving for family. If there are breaks in the family, sufferings are there. Even if they are say very much curious to be individualistic, independent, and say liberal, yet a family bond is always and everywhere accepted, be it in the form of nuclear family, be it in the form of joint family. Joint family system is an old system. There are changes, we'll discuss about it, but when we talk about family, a person is dependent on the family for certain needs. When a child comes into this world, cannot move on without the support of any individual. The mother, the mother and the father who are responsible for the child's birth, without them the child cannot move ahead. So the very first bond of family which the child feels and he needs or she needs in this world is the say support of mother and father. So family, the feeling of family begins from that very moment. So the child is dependent on the family for biological needs, for emotional needs, for shelter, for nutrition, for education, for healthcare, for everything since the very beginning depends on the family, the mother and the parents. Then emotional needs, when we talk about the emotional needs, the family supports the child emotionally. The family teaches the child how to move on, how to learn. When a child comes in this world, he does not know, does not know how to express herself or himself in this world. So it is because of the family that the child learns to express himself. And then emotional outcome, emotional outbursts, emotional balance, emotional say support, everything he gets in the family. And this emotional development, or this emotional support fosters the development of child in different branches of life. Then after that comes for the economic needs. When a child in the very beginning, the child doesn't know about the economic needs. Only he is given food, shelter, and healthcare in the family. Emotionally, he is supported. He does not know anything about economic needs. Then, as he grows up, for education, he needs economic support. For moving in the world of career, he needs economic support. There, he requires the family. It's true that in most of the Western countries, we have so many examples. When a child becomes adult, starts earning for himself, and gets settled into the career and all. But in India, even today, we find till the child is settled into career, the family supports the child or the youngster, the adolescent, then the youngster is supported by the family. So if for economic needs depends on the family, then family is required for reproductive function to say move to take ahead the lineage of the family. The family is required, marriage and other say institutions are required. Then for inculcating social and cultural values also, we are dependent on the family. Until we are there in the say company of some grown up people, some elders, we are not able to learn what society expects from us. We are not able to learn what are the rituals, what are the cultural values. No, most of the, I think most of the youngsters I find nowadays, what is the use of all these things, festivals, celebration? But we cannot say these things are useless. Everybody needs these celebrations and the support of people when you are in agony, when you are in pain, when there is some death in the family. We need support of the say other individuals, other human beings. And this support, I'm a very I am a lover of traditional values. So I find when there is some death in the family, or say there is some death of some near or dear one, and you are standing alone. There are so many examples in newspapers and on social media and other places. We come to know about the incidents. The children were outside, out of the country, and the parents were all alone. The mother dies and father is and nobody to support him, or the father dies and the mother is nobody to support him. There are so many instances of these. So at that moment when a person dies, and the other person in the family of the family is all alone, so he requires the relatives, he requires dear and near ones. Without them, he is not able to stand up in those moments of pain and agony. So there we require a family. Emotion for cultural and social values, we require a family. So family is required at different stages of our life. Then we know very well there are two kinds of families in India: joint family and now the even if in some of the societies or in some of the places we have joint families even today, but even those joint families are different in shape from the joint families we were having in the ancient past. In the ancient past, we were having joint families with, say, grandmother, grandfather, uncles, aunts, mother, father, then cousins and cousins, so many cousins, and large number of family. Nowadays, even if we are having a joint family, so joint family is only grandmother, grandfather, and parents and children. Only this much has become the shape. This much has become the shape of the joint family. And with this change in the joint family system, the roles and responsibilities have also changed. Now, when there were large joint families, so if a person is ailing, the other person, there were so many people to take care of. Now, you just imagine the grandparents are there in the family. One of the grandparents is ailing or not able to do his own or her own work. The parents are working, the children are studying, the children are going to the schools, the parents are working. In that situation, what will be the problem in the family? There will be nobody to take care of the grandparents, and then in the situations are there which have forced people to stay apart, away from the family. Then for the working say daughter-in-law and son, it becomes more convenient that they should stay away from the parents, leave them to the mercy of some other, means attendants or something. But this is the uh, uh, practical mindset that the people are having nowadays. If they stay with the grandparents, they'll have to accept their authority, they'll have to take care of them, they'll have to also accept their interference in different personal matters, and that's why they find it appropriate, they find it convenient to stay away from them. But what are the outcomes? Uh, you just imagine there is a joint family where sisters and brothers and cousins and aunts and uncles, and everybody was not having in the old days also, when we were having grand families, joint families, every family was not having vast income. There was limited income families were also there. And if any elder of the family brings something for the children, some edible for the children, even it was little in quantity, it was distributed among all the children, and every children was happy. He got his share or her share of that edible, even if it was a little share, very little quantity. But what did that children learn? What did that child learn? Child learned how to share things. The child learned contented with whatever he had. The child learned say love and care and living together, collectivism. These values, the social values, were learned by the child. Now, just come to the nuclear family, because of so many reasons that we will discuss. Because of urbanization, and because of say women independence, because of because women are working and they are not having time. There is nobody to take care of the elders in the family. So many reasons are there. But whatever the reasons, we are having nuclear families. A greater number of nuclear families than the joint families. Now you see what happens in a nuclear family. The parents are there and children are there. In a few years back, there were 3 or 2 children, sometimes 4 also. But now we are coming to one child family, mother, father, and one child. Now that child doesn't know how to share. Even if there are 2, they are not very much comfortable by sharing to the other sibling. They don't know how to share. They don't know how to be satisfied with small or little amount of thing, little quantity of thing. If the parents are bringing say small quantity or say greater quantity of things, they have it all because they don't have anybody else to share. So they don't know sharing. They don't know satisfaction. They don't know, say, collective values. And it looks very good when we think about these things with individualistic, say, glasses. It looks good. Okay, whatever I earn for my family, I earn for my children. Okay, it's good. It looks good. Just imagine the same child goes into the school and college. There also is or she is not able to adjust or compromise. They don't learn the values of adjustment and compromise. When they go to the schools and colleges, they don't know the values of adjustment and compromise. They don't share things. It's okay, because nowadays we teach our children not to share their edibles, etc., in the schools and colleges because of some safety reasons. We know it very well. The things have changed. Safety, security, these are the matters which have become more and more important because human mindset has changed, and we find it safer to teach our children not to share edibles with other children. For health issues are also there. So many reasons are there. That is okay. Leave aside this thing. We don't ask our children to share things with others, edibles with others. Other things they can share. The child who is single child in the house, he does not know. He does not know how to compromise with things. And then after the educational sector, when he goes into the professional sector, there also there are so many means. People are not able to tolerate others. Intolerance is growing up. And this intolerance is giving way to conflicts and say tussles and quarrels among people. Quarrels were there in villages and cities also in the past. But these conflicts and quarrels were resolved by the elders of the village. But now we have so many, and these quarrels from family to school, from school to workplace, and from workplace coming back to the family, when two say young people, husband and wife, they are not able to live together because of conflicting values, because of conflicting interests, and divorces, separations. These are very common phenomena these nowadays. So in India, we have basically two kinds of family structures: joint family structure and nuclear family structure. And then, with the advent of globalization, or with the advent of other significant changes in the society, we have another kind of families, that is single parent households. Now, single parent households are the result of it may be the result of the death of the spouse, one of the spouse. It may be the result of divorce. It may be the result of the fact that one of the spouse is supposed to or is forced to move away from the family for the purpose of career and earning. And then the other one is left alone with to take care of the children. Suppose the husband is there, settled has gone to some foreign country or some other city, and the wife is taking care of the children. But now you just see, when it was the same in the ancient times, when there were joint families, the wife did not have much to worry. There were uncles and aunts to take care of the children. But now she is all alone, and she has to take care of the children. If somehow the wife has to go away because of job and other requirements, means business responsibilities or other responsibilities, career responsibilities, then the husband is left alone to take care of the children. Then there is a tussle whether I should keep children with me or you should keep children with me, and conflicts are there. Either conflicts or troubles and problems are there. These troubles and problems were not there in the joint family system. Although joint family system was there at the time when women were not working most of the time. Only a few were there in the later periods that they came out for working. Then another kind of family system that we are witnessing nowadays is, we can't even call family. We cannot even call it a family. It is a kind of household. When that is one person household, OPH. That is because nowadays so many youngsters take the decision of remaining unmarried because they are not there may be several reasons. First of all, they want to be independent. They don't want to be dependent on anybody. They don't want to accept the control and interference of some other person. So they want to live alone. Some other reasons may also be there for living alone, but these are common features nowadays. People are seen living alone, and there is one person households are also there. Whatever may be the reasons of these one person households or single parent household, but the problems are there when we are having these kind of household. But it doesn't mean that in joint families we didn't have any kind of problems. Yet, for the upbringing of the children, joint family system has been considered to be very good. I was one day listening to one speech of the eminent writer and eminent social worker Sudha Murthy ji. Everybody is familiar with her name. She is a very renowned scholar, also a professor, and she is now the member of Rajya Sabha. And she was speaking about what kind of environment should be given to children. Actually, she was asking for budget for the say activities related to child development. So she was giving she was giving a viewpoint, or she was giving an idea that in all the schools in the means primary schools and primary schools particularly, and sometimes for the intermediate colleges also, she was giving an idea that there should be a big hall in the school. It should be say covered with all story books and all, and there should be some volunteers, not teachers, not the paid teachers only who are working in the school. There should be some volunteers from the from the society. Some elderly women may be there, some other elderly people may be there who volunteer to come to the school to narrate, to tell stories to the children, to tell stories for inculcating values into the children. Because she feels that for the inculcation of values in children, it is the most significant way to tell them about their glorious past, traditional past, history, stories from the past, stories from our cultural past, our eminent leaders and all. They should be told about, they should be narrated about the stories of these old people or historical leaders, etc., to inculcate values into the children. And it cannot be done only in the formal environment of the school. Uske liye she wanted that there should be a big hall where all the children assemble, playing with each other, sitting with each other, sharing and say discussing and talking to each other, to one another, and the voluntarily telling of tales by some elderly person. It will be very, very useful. And for that, she wanted budget. There should be a big hall in all the schools, and it should be AC hall, because if there is lot of summer, lot of heat, the children will not stay. If there is lot of cool environment, so they will not stay indoors. So keeping them indoors. So this is I'm not my point is not key there should be a school or there should be a hall or not. That is that is a policy matter. But my point is key she also believes that to inculcate values in children, we need this kind of environment. Everybody must have heard about Malgudi days. Everybody has heard about Malgudi days. And it was a very eminent, it was a very famous story collection by R.K. Narayan. And there was a serial also on the television when I was young. When I was a student, I used to watch the serial. So in that serial, there was a boy, Swami. He is very playful. He moves from one place to another, playing and sharing things and enjoying with friends. And at home, he is made to study. Father is very strict. He scolds him to study. And when he is very much, annoyed with the scoldings of the father, he goes to his grandmother. And grandmother, she takes care of him, she loves him, she tells tales to him, and he is relaxed and he starts reading. So this kind of love and care environment that we have in a joint family, where grandparents are there, we don't have in our nuclear families. Although we have surrounded our homes with lot of toys, means all of us, we come across when we go to the households where only parents and one or two children are there, and they are affluent families, so they are flooding their houses with toys, dolls, and teddy bears, and so many other soft toys. Television is a thing of the past for most of the children now. They are having so many other they are having social media, they are having mobile phones, they are having YouTube, so many things to entertain them with, to keep them occupied. You must be knowing this is one of the significant anxieties of the mothers nowadays, how to keep their children occupied. Because they are overactive, they are not occupied, so they are causing havoc in the whole of the house. Have you heard about these things in the ancient days when there were joint families? Mothers even didn't know where the child is. They were playing with the cousins and siblings, and mother or other ladies of the house, women of the house, they were doing their own business. But when the shift is there from the joint family system to the nuclear family system, the role of the mother has changed a lot. The mother, particularly the mother, has to put a lot of effort to keep the child creative and constructive. Although it is a joint responsibility of parents, but in most of the households, mothers are sharing these responsibilities, because even today, in most of the houses, the mothers are not working. And where the mothers are also working, either both of them are sharing this responsibility, or both of them are irritated. Nobody is going to share the responsibility, and the child is very much, say, alone, feeling alone. The child is suffering from loneliness, or either suffering from loneliness or becoming negative activity. He's busy in negative activities and all. So these are the changing family dynamics because of the shift from joint family system to the nuclear family system. And this is post-global dynamics. These are the post-global dynamics that we are looking into when that we are facing in the nuclear family system. And we can't say we are prepared to accept life without family system. We are not prepared to. I'll give you an example. When our children are going to the metropolitan cities, either for education or for job, the family is staying in some other city. the son and the daughter is going to the other city for education, for career, or something else, with some other creative activities, etc. So the child is going, or sorry, grown-up child is going there. We search for PGs. We search for PGs because they are convenient to live into. They provide to our child an environment like that of a family. They are safer according to us for them to stay with. And in hostels, we don't trust the hostels to a great extent, because we feel that there will not be they will not find an environment, they'll not find a home like food, etc. We search for PGs, and they are also cheap, because everybody is not able to afford a say flat single flat system single flat household for the education pursuing youngster or young daughter or son. Or even if they are working, they have gone there for say career. Each and every say boy or girl who has started working in a metropolitan cities is not in the condition of owning a household, a flat. We call it an apartment, or flat, or any rented household. And the parents, all the parents are not in the condition to support them that way. So most of them prefer to make them live in the PGs. Now, why? Because we want a family environment. So the requirement for family environment is inbuilt into our system, or we love to have a family environment. So we can't say that families are not significant. We can't say that. But because of the changing scenario from joint families to nuclear families, and from nuclear families to the single parent family or one person household, this shift is being witnessed in the society nowadays. Now, there is a um, um, there are so many reasons why the joint family system shifted to nuclear families. First, one of them is urbanization. Because of urbanization, people had to move out of the joint families for the purpose of seeking jobs in cities, and they had to settle there. Then education is one of the reasons. Then in the colonial period, the reshaping of lands was there, reforming of the land laws were there, and because of that, the large say land areas, they were divided and distributed among the different members of the family, and then they were separated. If a person is having 4 or 5 sons, so they were having their own families and all were living together, then there was a distribution of land, and families were shattered, and they had to live away from each other in their own families. Now, one of the reasons I come across with in one of the novels by Shashi Deshpande. Shashi Deshpande is a very prominent Indian woman novelist, and she has written a novel. Some of you must have gone through this novel, The Long Silence. So in that novel, there is a character Jaya. She has passed her childhood in a joint family, uncles, aunts, grandparents, and all. Then she is married, and after marriage, she is shifted to the nuclear family, her husband and she, and then her children. And then in the later part of her life, because of some family circumstances or some tussle with the husband, the husband had to go away, and she had to say continue with a single parent household. So 3 kinds of family structures in one novel we find in this The Long Silence. Then now, what happens? After the marriage, she goes to her parents' house, and her uncle is there, and he tells her, he displays to her the family tree. And in the family tree, the grandfather, the uncle, her father, and uncles, and all were there. But she finds she was missing from that family tree. Now, the question is, why am I not here? Then uncle very easily says, because you don't belong to this family now. You are married and you belong to the other family. It could be something, convincing, but it was not convincing at all, because she notices that in that family tree, even her mother was not there, her aunts were not there, though they belong to this family. So the question is, where women really belong? They don't belong to the family they were born in, because they have to be married to some other, they were married to some other family. When they go to that family, they don't belong to that family because they have come from some other family. This identity crisis, this craving for identity, this craving for individuality, this craving for independence, with the women say movement, with the women liberalization, with women coming into the world of education, and women coming into the world of job, this feeling of identity crisis was one of the reasons, was one of the strong reasons why the shift is from joint family system to the nuclear family. Because our patriarchal social setup doesn't give women their due place. It never give women their due place. And it happened to be one of the reasons that women craved for their own place in their, at least in their own family, they should be having a place. So employment, the education was there, employment was there, then the say independence was there, say thirst for individuality was there, and then decision making became women became important in decision making because they were having their own, they had asserted their identity and individuality. There also, our patriarchal social setup did not accept women in that decisive role. So either they had to move out, or they had to say adjust with suffocation and choking. So this is one of the reasons. Other reasons are also there. Urbanization is there, industrialization is there, education is there, then movement of the people because of globalization, movement of the people from one place to other. Now, when we talk about globalization, so what is globalized world? Globalized world is an interconnected and interdependent state of global affairs where economic, cultural, technological, and political exchanges occur across international borders. Now, you just imagine, we are talking about just what a paradox. We are talking about a globalized world where we are connected with people around the globe. We are here, we are all connected on this platform of uh, Zoom. We are staying at different places of this country, or some people living in abroad may also be there. We are talking about globalized world where everybody is living anywhere in the world is connected. And within our own household, within our own family, we remain apart. We want to stay away. We want to disconnect from each other. Why? Because we don't accept interference of the elderly people or other people in the say family. Now, what is the impact of this globalization on our family dynamics and family roles? The one that we have discussed is India's integration into global economy. With that, the middle class is rising, the rise of middle class. And when the middle class starts rising, it expands to education, job, employment. Not only that, consumer culture is growing now because of the rise of middle class. And previously, there was the people were living in joint family, limited income was there because all the women were say staying at home, taking care of children, performing household duties. Only the men were going to work in the fields, and even the opportunities for work were very limited. Agriculture sector was the most prominent one. Only in a few families, young men used to go abroad, or abroad to Mati chhod dijiye, even to other cities for job. And that's why the flow of income was also very limited. So in that scenario, the purchasing capacity was also limited. If we talk about economic conditions of the family. So purchasing capacity was also limited, and that's why we still remember the days when there were only two occasions when we were given, the children were given say new dresses. Either there was a festival, or there was a marriage in the family. Sometimes when the time changed, some parents who were capable of say providing dresses or say clothes to their children, they tried to give them new clothes on their birthdays. Otherwise, it was not considered to be important, or not considered to be required to make clothes for the children. But nowadays, you see, whenever we are going to market, the markets are flooded, the malls are there. Means so much of clothes, so much of cloth is there in the market. We are having almiras and almiras filled with clothes. It's not that everybody is having the same. There are, even in India, even today in India, we have so many people, so many families who are living with only 2 or 3 pairs of clothes because they are not able to purchase them. But with the change in global scenario, because with the say emergence of India on global economy, this consumer culture is growing. Not only clothes, other things are also. Whatever we require for eating, we eat that, but we eat so much beyond that. No, because of the consumer culture. But this consumer culture has given us the requirement to have a dual income in the family. Is only a husband's income is not sufficient. So wife is working because of her own desire for or her own will to work, her will to have say identity in the society, because she wants to make full use of her education and her caliber and skills. This is one reason. The other reason is because economic independence is very must for keeping her say important or strong in the family. Not only in the family, the society also. The other reason is family needs more income to stand up in the present scenario. So that's why dual income families are required, and hence the woman the male person is earning, the female person is earning, and that's why they need some autonomy. For that they need, because in joint family, when women were willing to work, they were not given permission most of the time, so they needed autonomy, and there is a shift from joint family system to the nuclear family system. Then migrations from villages to the cities and from cities to abroad. These migrations have, say, made nowadays transnational families also. One part of the family is living in India, the rest of the family is living in USA or some other part of the world. So these transnational families are also there, and to maintain emotional and financial ties across vast distances, it is also a challenge in the globalized world. So that's why, because of these reasons also, the roles and the dynamics of the family are changing very fast. Madam Sushila ji, I hope I have some minutes left for my lecture. How much time do I have? Please.
You can carry on, ma'am, not an issue.
Okay.
हाँ,
At least 10 to 15 minutes I can have.
you can carry on, not a problem.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Then we have some technological means, because of technological advancement also, there is change in the roles and scenario and dynamics of the family. Now when we are having technological advancements, we have social media, we have say connections to Android devices. In the previous days, what used to be there, when a person was living in village, he goes from village to the city, he is not having any means to connect with the family. Now once he is gone, he wrote letters, and it took long days, long time to deliver the letter, and the response was was given back to him. Or if somebody is by chance luckily going to the same city, then something could be sent to him. Or in the later periods, when there were telephones, the trunk calls were very expensive. Only a few persons could manage it. And if a person has gone abroad, so they could hardly say maintain connection with the person who has gone abroad for years. They could not maintain connections. But now you see, so it's so easy over social media platforms, or over say telephones, means mobile phones. We can connect through email, we can connect, we are able to, means this is something very interesting. If we are living in same building, in different apartments, we don't know, even in the same house, a person is sitting in one room, the other person is sitting in the other room. Though the two persons sitting in two different rooms are not aware of what is going to the other person, and the person sitting in the other country is aware of what is going on with me, because whatever is happening to me, I post on my status, I post on my Twitter, I post on my Instagram, FB. So everybody knows, I am here now. I am now going to Mahakum. I am taking a dip in the holy Ganges, or I am having some severe headache. So I have tied my hat and I am say wandering from here to there in my room. The other person sitting in the other room of my house doesn't know about it. But my brother or my sister or my friend living in USA, living in Canada knows about it very well. So this is the means we can call it. It is a positive aspect of technological advancements. And with these technological advancements, we are having new forms of socialization. That initially, in the traditional family system, socialization means only say gatherings of the family on occasions like festivals or marriages, or means any other social gathering. But nowadays we hardly gather on these social occasions, because everything depends on our leaves. If we are able to get leave on religious festivals, it is very difficult that a person living in Canada is able to get leave on Holi or Diwali or Eid. He can't have. A person living even in some other metropolitan city in India is not able to take leave on say wedding anniversary or marriage of brother or sister. Sometimes it happens. So whenever they get leave, whenever they are able to say manage leaves, they have social gatherings. So new forms of social gatherings are going on. And these gatherings are not only physical gatherings. Sometimes on social media platforms also, we are having gatherings. There are so many alumni meet are going on social media platforms. People, even in the days of COVID, we saw how people celebrated birthdays on social media platform. So these technological advancements are they are providing to us new forms of social gatherings. But these technological advancement sometimes, now we have to decide whether these platforms, social media platforms, are giving you positive say aspects, or sometimes we are using them negatively also. For example, we know very well whatever is occurring to us, we can within a while we can say convey it to some other person living anywhere in this world, in this globalized world. Now, so sometimes these things become very means very harmful also. Again, it is a paradox. When we were living in joint family system, we did not love interference. The mother is interfering with the say personal matters of son and daughter-in-law. Father is interfering with the other matters of son and daughter, son. But now, over a phone call, our daughter or son is conveying everything going on between her and her husband, or him or his wife, to the mother or father living at long distances. And these conversations, sometimes they are fruitful if they are with positive impact, but sometimes they prove to be very harmful. So it depends how family dynamics are changing with the advent of society, the technological advancement, with the technological advancement in the globalized world. It depends on how we use those technological advancements. That is very significant. Then culturally also, globalization has exposed India to different cultures of the world. There is a fusion of traditional and modern values, and particularly the youngsters, they are in love with following the Western culture, Western values. Now they don't like to they don't sometimes, most, not all, I'm not saying all youngsters, but some of the youngsters are not say comfortable with these traditional rituals and festivals, but they are comfortable with parties, late night parties and pubs, etc. But there are some, I was just talking about social gatherings and new forms of social gatherings. So many times we have come across with the people who have shifted from their birthplace to some metropolitan city. Some member of the family have shifted from from birthplace to some metropolitan city, and in that metropolitan cities, other members of the same family are living very far from each one another. But because they are far away from their native land, from their native say village, they are connected over there in that big metropolitan city, even if they may not be connected when they were there in their native village, because they may be distant relations, but they are connected there in the metropolitan city, and they gather in on the occasion of religious festivals also. So this change is there. This is what I was saying. It depends on us how we use these changing dynamics, how we take these changing dynamics. Joint families have taken the shape of nuclear families because of some some urgent requirements, because of the change in scenario, requirement of jobs, and career may be there. And but still we can nurture those social and cultural values even if living in the nuclear families. There are some examples, even today there are examples different people of the same family have taken residence in one area. They are living in the neighborhood, they are having their own households, separate households, they are having their independence, they are having they are having their privacy, they are having their space in their own households, and still they are united. They are they come to the help of one another when they require. So this kind of community feeling, this kind of collective feeling can be developed even in the days when the joint families have been changed into the nuclear families. Then uh, globalization has also transformed gender roles that we are discussing for so many times. Because of the globalization, education opportunities are increasing, job opportunities are increasing, and women are coming out of the narrow boundaries of households. They are working, they are moving ahead, they are taking decisions. Still in the patriarchal social setup, though there are some households are there where woman is working, man is working, because parents are not able to live, either they are not able to live with them, or there may be some other reasons, so they are managing everything all by themselves. Then they have say home care for their children. There are so many arrangements they are making, and they are living. But the kind of security and safety, the kind of means carelessness which parents can have with their children when their children are living with grandparents, that kind of safety and security and carelessness we cannot have if the children are left to the caretakers. That is a different case. Now I'm giving you an example of one of the plays of Mohan Rakesh. Mohan Rakesh is a very famous Hindi playwright, and he has written a play Adhure. It was written long back in 1969, and it was translated into English as Halfway House. So this play gives to us the life of a woman. She is a educated woman. She is married to a person, and the name is Savitri. Savitri, हमारा mythological say Savitri was having a different situation, and that is a literary discussion. We'll leave it. So she is married to a person, and he is not he is good for nothing fellow. He is not doing anything. He is planning all the time for business, and he is not able to take business and all. So she manages the whole of the household. She works, she takes decision for everybody, and बहुत सारी और भी चीजें हैं, but the husband is not ready to accept that role of the wife. He is all the time willing. He is not doing anything at home. So that was the case in the 1969 or 70s. Nowadays we are having, if there are some working women, some progressive young men, they are say cooperating with their wives also. But this is not a very common phenomenon. Everybody is not doing the same. So this changing these changing gender roles are also the result of this globalized movement. there are many more things. A shift from collectivism to individualism is in the present scenario. I think time is going fast, and I have a lot to say. I'll be brief. Now, with the change in the family dynamics in the present scenario, a few things are required. Some policy matters are also required. Like we now need daycare center for children. We now need daycare center for grown-up people, for aged parents also, because there are some families who want to keep their parents. This is a common phenomena. Ki nobody wants to keep the parents with them. Old age homes are there, but there are some families, there are some couples means who want to keep their parents with them, but the problem is they are working, so they require daycare homes for their aged parents also. And this is a policy matter which needs to be tackled by government sector also. So daycare homes for children, daycare homes for aged parents, then nursing cares. These are the things which are to be tackled by the government sector. Then there are some requirement for home service. We are having so many agencies who are providing us helping hands for homes for domestic works, and um, for managing the time with the domestic servants also we need someone to stay at home. So these are the challenges which are to be tackled in the changing scenario when we have shifted from from a joint family system to the nuclear family system. पर बात लौट फिर के in the end the point comes कि if we are willing to say accept the collectivist philosophy, if we are willing to accept tolerance, if we are willing to accept the need for compromise and adjustment, only then we'll be able to live happily in the joint family system. But even today, though the nuclear family system is good for some other progressive reasons, independence, individuality, and also many things, but still for the safety, security, and care of children, for nurturing values in children, the need of the elderly people cannot be neglected. तो कह रहा है शोरे दरिया से समंदर का सुकून, जिसमें जितना ज़र्फ है उतना ही वह खामोश है. इन दो पंक्तियों के साथ I want to put an end to my talk because I have taken so much of time. Thank you so much, Sushila ji, for giving me this much of time. Thank you so much, Kanade sir, for giving me this opportunity to say express my views or express myself on this very significant topic of the present world, because family in Indian, particularly in Indian society, family is the most important foundation of our social being. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your thought-provoking and insightful speech. You truly pointed out the essence of family and family values and how family plays a pivotal role in the socialization of children and building a progressive society. And how in today's world the role and functions of the family is changing and new family types are emerging. And also the positive impacts like changing gender roles, sharing household responsibility, etc. Very importantly, you highlighted the struggle of women in finding their space in a family structure. I would personally would like to say that your topic is quite close to me being a sociology teacher. We have the topics on family, socialization, structure of family, types of family, and really we could see that in this changing global world, the role of the family is changing. And many a time we'll see that okay, family, what a big thing, family to hota hai, common hai. But we really fail to understand the basic essence of family and the what you can say like very important role the family plays in our life. Sometimes it is like we do not recognize it. But when we see the children from a broken family or a single mother family, we understand how much family is important. Especially in the early days for a child to be a balanced personality, to be a polished personality in the world. So thank you so much for this. May I now request Mrs. Shaileja Rao, conference co-convener, to propose a formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Sushila ma'am. A very good morning to one and all. It is with immense gratitude that I would like to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural from the first technical session of the multidisciplinary web conference. At the very outset, I would like to thank our chief guest and keynote speaker, Professor Sandhya Saxena ma'am, for having taken time out of her busy schedule and accepting our invitation for being the chief guest and keynote speaker for the session themed Changing the Role and Dynamics in Globalized World. Your valuable insights on the changing dynamics of the family and role reversals have greatly enlightened us, ma'am. Thank you. I would also like to thank our principal and conference director, Dr. S.B. Karande, sir, for his continued support and guidance. Thank you, sir. I would like to extend my gratitude to our vice principal, Dr. Mahesh Auti, sir, for his support and cooperation. I would like to thank the conference secretary, Mr. Murnal Kurubagade, sir, for giving such a warm introduction of our guest. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank conference joint secretary and coordinator, Sushila Yadav, ma'am, for her able coordination. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank Ms. Priyanka Auti, ma'am, for being the rapporteur for the session and jotting down the major unfoldings of the session. Thank you, ma'am. Vote of thanks to the technical team and to my colleagues for their continuous support and assistance. Finally, I thank one and all for the direct and indirect cooperation and support for making this session a success. Thank you all once again. Over to you, Shushila ma'am.
Unmute yourself. Sushila madam, unmute yourself.
Thank you, Rao madam. May this conference inspire fresh ideas, meaningful collaborations, and a renewed vision for the future. Let us engage, explore, and evolve together. Thank you. Let's move forward with the session ahead. I now request Dr. Chandrakant Patil to take charge of the second technical session. Thank you all once again. Over to you, Dr. Chandrakant Patil, sir.
Sandhya madam, thank
Thank
you
you.
very much. Thanks a lot.
Sandhya ma'am, thank you.
Okay.
May I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You are.
Please proceed. Please proceed.
Thank you, madam. Good morning to everyone, and welcome back to the second technical paper presentation session of our online conference on intersecting realities, exploring new paradigm in 21st century. I hope you all had an insightful first session and are ready for another engaging discussion ahead. Before we begin, I would like to extend my gratitude to all the esteemed speakers and attendees who have joined us. Your presence truly enriches this platform. To begin this session, I now like to invite our IC Principal, Dr. S.B. Karande, sir, for welcome speech of the second session. Sir, please.
So thank you very much, sir. Very good morning to one and all again present on this online platform. The chief guest and chairperson of the second technical paper presentation session of this one-day multidisciplinary national web conference, our well-wishers, Honorable Professor Balasaheb Patil sir, Professor and Head, Department of Economics, C.K. Thakur College, New Panvel, Navi Mumbai. Vice Principal of the college, Dr. Mahesh Auti, Coordinator and Conference Secretary, Mr. M.D. Khobragade, Coordinator of this session and Conference Coordinator, Dr. C.T. Patil, Conference Joint Secretary, Dr. Sushila Yadav, Conference Joint Coordinator, Mr. Aniket Salvi, Convener of this conference, Mrs. Suhas Sawant Thakur, Co-Convener, Dr. Vinayak Kamble, Mrs. Shailaja Rao, and Mrs. Priyanka Auti. Other members of organizing committee, delegate, researchers, teachers, participants, academicians, and research students from various parts of the country. As an in-charge principal of the college, I warmly welcome you all for this one-day national level web conference on the vital theme intersecting realities, exploring new paradigms in 21st century. Friends, this web conference jointly organized by the Department of Economics, Sociology, and Political Science in collaboration with Internal Quality Assurance Cell of our college. Friends, I would like to share this thing with you all. Gokhale Education Society is our parent institution. The Gokhale Education Society is committed to cause of student empowerment through access to education at all levels, particularly in higher education, to have world-class citizenship through relevant courses under formal and informal streams. Further, the society is committed to access the dignity of the to raise the dignity of the teaching profession and establish a culture of caring and excellence by providing a wide range of professional and vocational courses for poor and downtrodden, as also for the Adivasis and backward class to meet the changing socio-economic needs with human values and social responsibilities. To achieve excellence with total quality in all activities of lifelong learning is the main motive of Gokhale Education Society. Gokhale Education Society established our college in 1979. It is one of the oldest college in the Mumbai suburban. From last 46 years, our college is catering the educational needs of Mumbai suburban peoples, particularly Borivali and nearby areas. The mission of the college is to build a strong group of young people with discipline and character to make our society proud of them and to develop the multi-dimensional personality of our students. Friends, in this context, since its inception, our college is organizing conferences, seminars, and workshops consistently on contemporary issues to avail the platform to the researchers, teachers, and students. During the last 46 years, our college has organized more than 50 conferences, seminars, and workshops. This year also, we have organized three web conferences on different themes. There are three sessions of today's one day multidisciplinary national web conference on different themes. We have successfully completed four sessions. The guest speaker of this session, Honorable Professor Balasaheb Patil sir, will enlighten us on the very relevant topic, that is redefining success beyond GDP in India. Once again, I welcome all the dignitaries in the second technical come paper presentation session of this web conference. I congratulate all the members of organizing committee of an initiative to organize this one-day national web conference. I extend my sincere thanks towards honorable office bearers of Gokhale Education Society for their support and guidance for organizing such events. I express my sincere thanks to our today's guests for accepting our invitation and spending their valuable time for us. I really appreciate all the members of organizing committee for an initiative to organize this web conference. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Patil, Chandrakant Patil, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sir, your words of encouragement and insights sets an aspiring tone for the session and motivate our participants. We believe your presence has greatly enhanced the event. Thank you, sir. Let me introduce our esteemed chairperson and resource speaker for this segment. We are honored to have Professor Balasaheb Patil, sir. It is my absolute honor to introduce our esteemed guest for today's session, Professor Balasaheb Patil. Professor Balasaheb Patil is MA PhD set double MA in psychology, a distinguished professor, head of Department of Economics in CKT College, New Panvel, Navi Mumbai, with extensive experience in education. Currently, sir is servicing as in charge post graduation department of Economics and Research Center in Economics. Field Coordinator of Department of Lifelong Learning and Extension, University of Mumbai. Member of Syllabus Revision Committee, University of Mumbai, UG and PG. Member of Board of Studies of various colleges and universities like Karmavir Bhaura Patil College of Vashi and Satara, Pillai College, Kirti College, Patkar College, and Pratap College of Amalner. Sir, PhD Guide in Economics, University of Mumbai from 2018, guided 6 research students. Sir has made significant contributions to research. Sir has completed 4 research projects, one of them from University Grants Commission in 2011-12, one of them from University of Mumbai in 2013-14, another one same from the University of Mumbai in 2019-20, and one from the RUSA at 2019-20. Sir is appointed as an external referee for 7 MPhil and 41 PhD vivas. Sir has been also invited as resource person in total of 48 at different level of the seminars such as international, national, state level, university level, and college level. Sir has delivered 50 guest lectures at different colleges and NSS, NCC camps. Sir has published total 46 research papers. Sir is nominated by the University of Mumbai as Vice Chancellor nominee for interview of teachers, 50 colleges. Vice Chancellor nominee subject expert for interview of teachers in 35 colleges. Sir is founder member of Konkan Arthashastra Parishad. Sir is a member of Marathi Arthashastra Parishad. Sir also the member of Editorial Board, International Journal Social Growth. Sir continues to inspire and lead groundbreaking work in social and environmental activities. Sir is expert in his respective fields. We are truly privileged to have Professor Balasaheb Patil with us today, and we eagerly to look forward to hearing his valuable insights on balancing well-being and economic outputs. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm virtual welcome to Professor Balasaheb Patil. Without further delay, let us invite our resource speaker, Professor Balasaheb Patil, who is chair of the session. The virtual stage is all yours, sir.
Thank you. I really used to say thanks to the organizing committee of this conference. Innate Principal Dr. D.P. Deshpande, Secretary and Treasurer, Gokhale Education Society, Nashik. Dr. R.P. Deshpande, President and Joint Treasurer, Gokhale Education Society, Nashik. Principal Dr. S.V. Sant, Chairperson, Gokhale Education Society, Nashik. Conference Organizing Committee, Dr. S.B. Karande, Sir, In charge Principal and Conference Director. Dr. M.D. Auti, Vice Principal and HOD Commerce. Mr. Mrunal Hubragade, Conference Secretary. Dr. Sushila Yadav, Conference Joint Secretary. Dr. Chandrakant Patil, Conference Coordinator. Assistant Professor Aniket Salvi, Sir, Conference Joint Coordinator. Ms. Suhas Savan, Convener. Dr. V.K. Kamble, Convener. Assistant Professor Shaileja Rao, Co-Convener. And in case the Chandrakant Patil, Sir, as he introduced me, I would like to say a few things. As a student of economics, under the title Redefining Success and Economic Development, today we all know that all the economists feels that the GDP is the final criteria to check the development of any nation. Friends, GDP fails to account for factors such as an income inequality, environmental degradation, and overall quality of life. So we have seen that so many indicators, indices, and indexes have developed in the nation, in the world. In this presentation, we explore alternative metrics that more accurately reflect the well-being and progress of India. Today, we all are listening that India is the fifth richest nation in the world, having a GDP of $3.41 trillion. Friends, we become a fifth richest nation in the world, but we have to assess whether it is right or wrong. It is expected that in the year 2025, it means in the current year, our GDP is projected to be $4.27 trillion, and it will be more than the Japan nation, and we will be the third nation in the world, richest nation. Now we need to assess everything, whether we are getting rich by all the way or we are lacking behind with some factors. Now, there are some limitations of GDP. GDP measures economic output. It means production of services, production of goods, and all the things, but does not account for inequality or wealth distribution. If you see in India about the inequality, we will see in the next PPT that where we are. Environmental cost, pollution, resource depletion, social welfare, or quality of life, we never assess through the GDP. For example, India's GDP growth is 6.4% in 2025. It means just government has presented the economic survey 2024-25. But why India's Human Development Index rank in 2024 is 134 is the question. If we are fifth richest nation in the world, then why our SDI rank is 134 is the basic question we need to ask to everybody. See, if you see the year-wise SDI ranking of India, in the last 70 years, we reached to 136 rank in the year 2012, 135 rank in the year 2013, and in the year 2014, we reached to 130th rank. Then what happened with our economic policies? That nowadays, in this current year, our rank in SDI is 134. SDI reflects the life expectancy.
Patil sir, sorry to interrupt you. You can share your screen, sir. You can share your screen. If the PPT is ready, you can share.
Just a minute, sir.
पाटील सर त्यांना हे बनवा सरांना ऍडमिन बनवा ना.
तिकडून शेअर करता येईल का बघा सर?
हो, इट इज पॉसिबल. तुम्हाला पण येणार ना सर, तुम्हाला पण येणार. पाटील सर, शेती पाटील सर, सरांना हे बनवा ना, ऍडमिन बनवा ना.
Yes.
You guide me how to share.
येस सर. तुम्हाला ऍडमिन बनवल्यानंतर इट इज व्हेरी इझी टू शेअर युअर स्क्रीन.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Is it visible to all?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Thank you.
Very clearly.
As we have seen in this second slide, please. Next. मला करता येईल का? हाँ. Yeah. We have seen in this slide that GDP never measures the inequality or wealth distribution, environmental cost, that is pollution, resource depletion. We all are knowing that because of the some economic policies, pollution is increasing, and resource depletion is happening. Social welfare and quality of life is decreasing. We need to develop and focus on the social welfare. But nowadays, as we have accepted all the things of the world agreements, so we need to change ourselves. Yeah, next slide. Can I change the slide?
सर ते तुम्हाला तुमची स्क्रीन शेअर करावी लागेल मग तेव्हा ते होईल.
बरं ठीक आहे, मी सांगतो तसं.
हा हा
ठीक आहे.
येस.
ठीक आहे. As we seen that in the year 2014, we achieved the 130th rank in the world. Now what happens with us? Where we made a mistake, that we reach 134th in the world. See, HDI reflects the life expectancy, enrollment ratio at school and higher level in the education system, and the quality of life. But we don't know where we are lacking, and that is why we need to focus on developing the HDI. Next slide, please. See, environmental cost. What is the most polluted city in the world in 2024? It is Delhi in India. Then we need to think what we are doing. Delhi is the most polluted city in the world, and it is not a good thing for Indian economy or Indian government that we are the first in the pollution. See, we need to decentralize the city. We are looking towards the Mumbai, and we are developing Mumbai in this way that Bruhan Mumbai is there, Navi Mumbai is there, third Mumbai in Raigad is there, fourth Mumbai in Palghar is there. We need to decentralize the offices, decentralize the education, decentralize the industries to cope with the pollution. Next slide, please. About the social welfare and quality of life. We tried best at our level, being a backward economy or developing economy. We have really made some improvements in the life expectancy, and nowadays it is more than 70 years. In the year 2022, it was 67.7 years. Now it is more than 70 years. About the per capita income, it is $6,951 a year. Where we need to develop? We need to develop, increase life expectancy, higher expected years of schooling. We are really lacking behind in the education system. If you observe this year only, this is the third year of national education policy. And really, the national education policy focuses on the different aspects of the development of students. But we don't know what is happening. The number of students are reducing in postgraduate level. Number of students are reducing in the attendance. Students are not attending in the colleges. So we need to focus on schooling. What challenges we have? We have the challenge of pollution concern. We are really unable to control the pollution. Uneven distribution of quality of life across the region. We, the largest populous nation in the world, having more than 20 crore people who are getting only one-time food. They are not getting sufficient food. They don't have a proper shelter. Their children are not going to the school. So many things and so many problems are there about the social welfare. We need to focus on this criteria. So I say that we need to redefine the development. Next slide, please. See the demographic data about the literacy. If you see, the total literacy in India is 73%. About the rural area, it is 67.8%. About the urban area, it is 84.1%. And about the male, There is a gender disparity about the literacy. About the male, it is 77.2 in rural area. And why it is 57.9 in rural area about the female? About urban male literacy, it is 88.8. Then why it is 79.1% in about the female? And if you see about the total literacy about the male, it is 80.9%. And about the female, it is 64.6%. So I feel that still today, 35% of our responsible females are not in the force of education, not in the process of education. So we need to redefine the development. We need to focus on the education of the female. It indicates the data is given by the government only. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. See the income inequality. India has one of the highest income inequality rates in the world. Gini coefficient of 0.35 as of 2021. This means the benefits of economic growth are not evenly distributed. You just see the graph. In the first upper caste in India, having a number of billionaires, that is 88.40%. Other backward classes having billionaires 9%. If you add upper caste and OBCs about the billionaires, it becomes 97%, 97.4%. And the rest, that is scheduled tribes, scheduled caste, NT, DT, and other castes are having only 2.6% billionaires. It indicates directly the inequality about this structure. Next slide, please. About the poverty. Percentage of population living below the poverty line. In the year 2019-20, it becomes 21.9 as per the data of the World Bank. And as per the Planning Commission, in the year 2011-12, it was just 19.5%. If in the year 11-12, it was 19.5%, then the common question can be asked that why it raised in the year 2019 and 20. More than 27 million people living in poverty, even as GDP grows. As we are looking towards the GDP is growing. Then why poverty is increasing? It is just because we are not forcefully focusing on the people who are poor. See, in 2011-12, it was just 19.7% population was below poverty line. See, we all need to focus our planning, Niti Aayog, and all need to redefine the development, because if we want to grow the market, if you want to increase the sale in the market, if the production is there, we need money. And if we need money, we need to develop these people who are living under poverty. Next slide, please. The Social Progress Index. As we have seen, the GDP never be the indicator of the development. We have seen the SDI, it can be the indicator of development. Now the next indicator, that is Social Progress Index. Social Progress Index measures how well a country meets the basic human needs. What people demands, we need to focus on that. Till in India, we need to see on the basic things for which the people spare their whole life. That is foundations of well-being and opportunities for individuals. India's social progress rank is 1/5. As we are the 5th richest nation, then the next question is why we are 105th out of 169 countries. What are the dimensions of SPI, that is Social Progress Index? Piped water, only 50% population get it. Immunization of children, there we are lacking behind. There is the problem of gender inequality. We have seen about the literacy. We have seen about the life expectancy. Then what about the unemployment? We need to create employment opportunities for the people, and then we can dare to say that we are being richest. Being richest by wealth is not that much important if we are lacking behind about the social progress index. Next slide, please. Quality of life measures. We try to increase the life expectancy. Nowadays, it is more than 70. Life expectancy in India is 69.7 years as per the 2021 data. Compared to the global average, you just see it is global average was 72.6 years. And India's average was only 69.7 years. Where we are lacking behind, if we are getting richer and richer, then we have to work on this to increase the life expectancy of the people. We are observing that the people are living more years in urban area, but what about the people who are working as a worker or those who have a less income? What about the healthcare access? Access to healthcare remains uneven. In the urban area or with urban centers having the better infrastructure than the rural areas. Where we need to establish the infrastructure about the healthcare, really we need to develop the infrastructure in rural areas. We don't have problem developing infrastructure in urban area, but people who are living in urban area can afford the private hospitalization, but people who are living in rural area, they don't afford it. So we need to focus on the healthcare system. Also, we need to focus on the employment of doctors, nurses. We are really don't have the doctors, nurses in rural areas, so that the infant mortality rate is increasing. And see, it is 30.5 deaths per 1,000 live births in the year 2021. What about the education? That is literacy ratio. We have discussed on it that in the year 2021 it was 77.7, but nowadays government is claiming that we have the literacy ratio or rate more than 80% in India nowadays. See, whatever it is, we need to expend more money. We need to spare more part of the budget for the education, for the health structure, and for the employment creation. Then we can claim that we are developing by all the way. About the quality of life of the people, really, we are misfortune about that we are not giving food to our people. We are not giving education to the tribal areas. We are developing many things in India to provide education to the tribal people. Government is establishing schools where student can live as a hostel member, and they are providing the education to the student. But it will create a different problems of the social adjustment with the childrens. Next slide, please. See, sustainable development goals. We are having a rank in the world that is 71. India's score. Source is United Nations. See, there are so many sustainable development goals, that is 16. If you see in the last, that is achievers, And you will observe that we have not reached with any goal except 4 goals are there. That is clean water and sanitation. We are reaching to the achievement of this goal. Affordable and clean energy, it is 96, near to 100. Then sustainable cities and communities, again we are reaching to achieve this goal. Till today we have not achieved any goal of the sustainable development goals. Where we are lacking behind, we have to see the fifth goal, that is gender equality. Really, we need to focus on the gender equality, about the education, about the facilities, about the nomination at parliament or Vidhan Sabha, or we are lacking in so many areas about the gender equality. So see, still a day we are at 49 only. Then if you see about the aspirant, only one, that is gender equality. Performer, see, zero hunger. We are unable to reach to the people to complete their need of food. Zero hunger, only 52% we achieved about the SDGs. Then quality of education, it is again a 61. Then inequality, industry, innovation, and inclusion is, we reached to 61%. If we think about 16 indicators of the SDGs, we are just reaching towards only 3, and that is clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, and lastly, that is sustainable cities and communities. So we need to focus on this. I really appreciate the work of the government about the death rate, reducing the death rate of the children who are in the schools. Government has started RBSK program before in the year 2008-9, and we achieved the goal to reduce the deaths in the school children because of this program only, and it is appreciated at the world level. Next slide, please. Global Innovation Index. There are so many questions raised before us. If we are the 5th richest nation in the world, then why our rank in Global Innovation Index, that is 39th? How we are getting rich? In which area we are getting rich? That is the question. Which rank? India ranked 39th in the 2024, which ranks countries based on their innovation capabilities. Global Innovation Index, top 20 countries are there in the slide. In the year 2023, GI rank of India was 40 and it came to 39. It is best thing that we came to 39 from the 40th, but we need to fulfill the gaps of the innovation. So we need to spend more expenditure about the innovation to increase our ranking in the world. Then we can say that we are getting richer and richer in the world in all the way. Next slide, please. Global Hunger Index, on which we have discussed. You just see, yellow shaded part indicates that serious thing for all those nations, the part of Africa, India, Pakistan, and some part of, I think, Iran is there and other nations. We need not to think about the world. We need to think that where we are lying. Global Hunger Index in 2024, it was ranked 1/5 in the world, which is considered a serious category. As I say you, if the nation is providing 80 crore people food grains through the rationing system, then the common question raised by the people, how can we say that we are getting rich in the world? It is alarming stage. It is very serious about the hunger index. It indicates that we are not developing properly. We are developing in few areas. And if we are unable to provide the food, basic and fulfill the basic need of the people, we need to focus on this, because this index will show our development to the world. Next slide, please. Global Peace Index. We have the history of peace. As we say that, we claim that it is a nation of Gautam Buddha, Swami Vivekananda, and so many santas. Then why our rank is 116th, which was its highest peace level since the index began? Since the beginning of the index, we are at the same level. So we need to develop in this way. We need to create the environment in the society and economy that our people will feel that they are secure. If they feel themselves insecure, they will leave the nation. As we are listening today, so many people are living permanently in our nation. This is very serious thing for our economy that we need to focus on it. Next slide, please. Global Livability Index in 2022, India ranked 112th. As I am presenting all the indices in front of you, all the indices are very important to say that we are the 5th richest economy. In the year 2024, the Indian cities of Delhi and Mumbai tied for 141 place in the Global Livability Index. This was out of 173 cities of the world. The index assesses cities on 5 broad indicators. That is stability, which is expected by everyone. If there is a stability, people will develop sustainability. Healthcare we need. We have experience of corona. Crores of people died just because of the lack of availability of the facility of the healthcare. And whole burden came on the government system. So we need, corona teaches us that we need to develop our healthcare culture. We are really having a historical background, great background of the culture. We have to provide security to all the religions, all the social factors. Then environment, we really need to focus and protect the environment, because if you see the pollution level in Delhi, Mumbai, and other cities of India, it alarms us, it awakes us to think about the environment, about the education. Government is trying best through the NAP and other policies. We really appreciate the policy of new education policy, government national education policy. So many aspects are given in the national education policy, and it is appreciable policy, as I think. But to complete and achieve the goal of education policy, we need to provide infrastructure in rural area, semi-urban area, and all the educational institutes to achieve the goal. Otherwise, we will be unable to provide the education that is skill education. We will unable to provide the vocational skill education. So if we focus on these factors to develop the in the education sector, really we can prove ourselves the best. And the last one, that is infrastructure. About the roadways, we are competing with the developed nations. We are really rich in the roadways. We are really rich in the railway services. But we need to focus on other infrastructures, that is irrigation facilities for the agricultural sector, education facilities to the rural sector, rural areas, and the other so many facilities which we need as a basic things for the development of the nation and the societies. Next slide, please. Solution to redefine success. Now we have some solutions on which, if we focus, we can claim that we are really being richest in the world. What are these? We have started the policy of inclusiveness in the economy, and so what we need to focus in inclusive growth, prioritize income distribution. And how can we distribute the income? We need to increase the salaries of the unorganized sector so that the people will able to purchase the goods in the market, and it will create impact on the increase in the goods of the production. And second is reduce inequality. Really, as we have seen in the last slide, we need to focus on reducing the inequality. Otherwise, few will get everything and the large part will face so many problems in the society. We need to focus on the social safety nets. People are expecting more from the government, and that is, people don't want anything. People want a job, secure job, higher salary jobs. So government need to focus on the skill enhancement and job creation. Next is sustainability. Promote renewable energy. As we have seen that our agriculture sector facing main problem of electricity, irrigation, and availability of other facilities for the development of the agriculture. We need to focus sustainability, reduce carbon emission. We are working on that. I appreciate the steps taken by the government on this renewable energy. As we have seen in the last slide that sustainable goals, we are achieving it. Reduce carbon emission. Our carbon emission, if we compare with the developed nation, it is so less. Again, we are practicing and we are in the process to reduce it. And improve waste management. We have a lot of examples of improved waste management. That is the best example of Goa. They have planned waste, they process the waste, and they are creating energy and fertilizers for the agriculture. And lastly, we need to focus on well-being. We need to really work to improve the healthcare system. As we today getting from the government sector and private sector, our spendings are really less on healthcare system. We don't have the expert doctors at district level. It is available only in the big cities. About the education, rural sector is lacking behind. About the social security programs for marginalized communities. As we have heard that, government has accepted that, government is providing all the things to the people, but it is not percolating in the poors. So we need to focus to percolate all the facilities for the well-being of the societies. Next slide, please. These are the case studies and success stories in the world. Bhutan's JNH, that is next indicator, gross national happiness. A focus on happiness, environmental conservation, and cultural preservation in Bhutan is really, they achieved the goals of development, real development. If you visit the Bhutan, they have protected the environment, they are creating happiness in the society and the people, and really they are preserving the cultural heritage. And in India, Kerala's model is the best model for to focus on the human development. High human development index of Kerala indicates that they emphasizing health, education, and quality of life. Kerala don't have a higher GDP, but Kerala is providing best education to the people. So we are observing that so many people are getting jobs at world level and in other states of India. Next slide, please. Conclusion. Redefining success beyond GDP requires integrating social, environmental, and economic factors. If we want to prove that we are developing properly, we need to integrate all the factors. That is social factors, environmental factors, economic factors. And if all factors comes together, it will result in the process of development. And lastly, a holistic approach, which we are listening in every speech of every higher level person. And really, if people and government is thinking about it, it is appreciable. A holistic approach will lead to more equitable, which we expect, sustainable, as we are in process to prove it, and well-rounded development. We want all-round development, not one-sided. And for this, we need to focus on the equal distribution of income at the end. And I think with this, I would like to conclude. We need to focus beyond the GDP, because increasing growth rate, we have the history in the Manmohan Singh era that we reached to the 10% of GDP. And now it is 6.4%. After 6.4%, we are the fifth economy in the world. But as I say you about many indicators, that is Human Development Index, Social Index, Happiness Index, about other indices, we are lacking behind. So I feel that the steps taken by government in various sectors are really appreciable, but it must be enjoyed by the people of the society. Then and then development will prove at world level. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to be a student of economics to present myself about the redefining success of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patil sir.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful session on redefining success beyond GDP in India, a holistic approach to measuring national progress. It is truly enlightening. Sir, session is informative and knowledgeable with case studies and graphical presentation of national and global data on social welfare, income inequality, poverty, sustainable development, and social progress index. Sir, you have nicely pointed out need of integrating social, environmental, and economic factors in GDP redefining and measurement of national progress. Thank you, sir. Sir, we eager to have your concluding remarks on paper presentation. Sir, we have two paper presentations. Now, let us move forward with our paper presentation. First paper presentation, Rajni सोनटक्के मॅडम प्रेझेंटिंग ऑन भारतीय महिलांचे राजकारणातील प्रतिनिधित्व आणि समाजात लैंगिक संवेदनशीलता निर्माण करण्यासाठी सरकारचे धोरण. रजनी मॅडम.
येस सर, थँक्यू सर. धन्यवाद सर. मी रजनी सोनटक्के, अर्थशास्त्राची प्राध्यापक आहे, डॉक्टर मधुकरराव वासनिक, PWS कला वाणिज्य आणि विज्ञान महाविद्यालय नागपूर इथे. आणि आता नुकतंच सरांनी जे भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्थेचं चित्र आपल्या सर्वांसमोर मांडलेलं आहे, त्या दृष्टिकोनातूनच महिलांच्या राजकीय प्रतिनिधित्वाची किती आवश्यकता आहे हे आपल्या निदर्शनास येतं. खरं तर मी अर्थशास्त्राची प्राध्यापक आहे सर, पण मी राज्यशास्त्रामध्ये हात घालण्याचा प्रयत्न केलेला आहे, धाडस केलेला आहे. त्यामुळे इथे काही चूक झाली असेल किंवा काही हे घडलं असेल तर क्षमा करावी अशी मी विनंती करते. माझा आजच्या पेपरचा विषय आहे भारतीय राजकारणात महिलांचं प्रतिनिधित्व आणि लैंगिक संवेदनशीलतासाठी भारत सरकारचं धोरण काय आहे. मित्रांनो, कोणत्याही देशाच्या अर्थव्यवस्थेच्या विकासामध्ये पुरुषांइतकाच महिलांचा सुद्धा सहभाग असणं आवश्यक आहे आणि महिलांच्या राजकीय प्रतिनिधित्वांचा जर विचार केला तर निर्णय घेण्याच्या सर्व स्तरांवर, पंचायती राज असो की केंद्र शासनापर्यंत, सर्व स्तरांवर, केंद्रीय संसदेपर्यंत सर्व स्तरांवर महिलांचं प्रतिनिधित्व असणं अत्यंत आवश्यक आहे. परंतु आपल्या देशामध्ये लैंगिक असमानता दिसून येते आणि आतापर्यंत या लैंगिक समानता प्रस्थापित करण्यासाठी आपल्या देशाचं सतत हे ध्येय राहिलेलं आहे आणि 20 सप्टेंबर 2023ला 128वी घटना दुरुस्ती विधेयक मंजूर करून एक इतिहास रचण्यात आलेला आहे आणि या विधेयकानुसार लोकसभा आणि राज्यसभांच्या सभांमध्ये 33% जागा महिलांना देण्याचं उद्दिष्ट ठरवण्यात आलेलं आहे. आता वास्तविक पाहता लैंगिक समानता आणि खऱ्या अर्थानं लोकशाही टिकवायची असेल तर महिलांचं राजकीय प्रतिनिधित्व असणं ही मूलभूत गरज आहेच आणि महिलांच्या राजकीय सहभागी देणे किंवा प्रतिनिधित्वाने सार्वजनिक दृष्ट्या निर्णय घेण्याच्या प्रक्रियेतील प्रत्यक्ष सहभाग आणि महिलांसाठी उत्कृष्टपणे जबाबदारी पार पाडण्यासाठी सुद्धा ते महत्त्वाचं ठरू शकतं. आपण इतिहासाकडे जर वळलो तर आपल्या असं लक्षात येतं की USA मध्ये जागतिक स्तरावर मतदानाचा अधिकार सर्वात आधी USA मध्ये महिलांना देण्यात आलेला आहे 1920 पासून आणि तेव्हापासून हळूहळू महिलांना सहभागी करून घेण्याची, राजकारणामध्ये सहभागी करून घेण्याची सुरुवात झालेली आहे आणि जगाच्या एकूण लोकसंख्येपैकी आज 49.48% लोकसंख्या जगामध्ये आहे, म्हणजे जवळपास 50% लोकसंख्या असली तरी जागतिक स्तरावर सरकारमध्ये, राजकारणामध्ये फक्त 16% महिलांचं प्रतिनिधित्व असल्याचं आपल्याला दिसून येते आणि पात्र महिला मतदारांचं प्रमाण हे पुरुषांपेक्षा जास्त आहे. पात्र पुरुष मतदारांचं 56% प्रमाण आहे आणि महिलांचं 60% आहे. तरी सुद्धा महिलांना इतकं कमी लेखलं जातं की त्यांना पुढे येण्याची संधीच दिली जात नाही. आता आपण इतिहासाचा जर विचार केला तर अनेक सामाजिक सुधारणा आपल्या देशामध्ये जेव्हापासून घडून आल्या तेव्हापासून हळूहळू ही सुरुवात होत आहे. पण वास्तविक पाहता ह्या चळवळीला आधीच सुरुवात व्हायला पाहिजे होती. परंतु आपल्या देशातली जी सामाजिक परिस्थिती आहे किंवा ज्या प्रकारच्या परंपरा आहेत त्यानुसार महिला आणि पितृसत्ताक समाज आहे आपला, त्यामुळे महिलांना पुढे येण्याची संधीच दिली जात नाही आणि जागतिक स्तरावर जर महिलांचं राजकारणातलं प्रतिनिधित्व आपण पाहिलं तर संसदेमध्ये मे 2022ची आकडेवारी असं दर्शवते की 26.2% महिलांचा यामध्ये सहभाग होता. त्यातही अमेरिका, युरोप, सब सहारन आफ्रिकामध्ये महिलांचं प्रतिनिधित्व जे आहे ते जागतिक सरासरीपेक्षा जास्त आहे. परंतु आशिया, पॅसिफिक देश, मिडल ईस्ट आणि नॉर्दर्न आफ्रिका भागामध्ये जागतिक सरासरीपेक्षा महिलांचा कमी सहभाग राहिलेला आहे आणि दक्षिण आशियाई देशांमध्ये याहीपेक्षा वाईट स्थिती आहे. IPLने एक डाटा मे 2022 मध्ये प्रसिद्ध केला होता. त्यानुसार नेपाळमध्ये महिलांचं प्रतिनिधित्व 34% आहे, बांगलादेशात 21% आहे, पाकिस्तानात 20%, भूटानमध्ये 17%, श्रीलंकेमध्ये 5% आणि भारतात फक्त 15%. आता नुकतीच आकडेवारी आहे 2024ची, त्यानुसार तर 18% महिलाच आपल्या राजकारणामध्ये सक्रिय सहभाग आहेत आणि संसदेमध्ये किंवा सक्रिय होण्याचं प्रमाण आहे. तर ही अतिशय चिंताजनक बाब आहे कारण जोपर्यंत महिला समोर येणार नाहीत, राजकारणामध्ये प्रतिनिधित्व गाजवणार नाही तोपर्यंत आणि निर्णय प्रक्रियेमध्ये सहभागी होणार नाही तोपर्यंत खऱ्या अर्थानं आता सरांनी जे सांगितलं की आपल्याला देशाचं चित्र बदलायचं आहे, अर्थव्यवस्था संपूर्ण बदलून घ्यायची आहे आणि 2047 मध्ये आपल्या देशाचं जे स्वप्न आहे की विकसित भारत म्हणून आपण गणले जाऊ, ते पूर्ण करण्यासाठी महिलांचं प्रतिनिधित्व अत्यंत आवश्यक आहे असं मला वाटतं. स्वातंत्र्यापूर्वी आणि नंतरच्याही काही चळवळींचा जर आपण विचार केला तर स्वदेशी चळवळीपासून महिलांचा सहभाग राहिलेला आहे, पण असा फारसा जास्त राहिलेला नाही आहे. जर त्यांना तशी संधी दिली असती किंवा तशी परिस्थिती बदलली असती तर त्या आणखी आपल्या देशाचं चित्र आणखी बदलू शकलं असतं. पण आता हळूहळू का होईना पण ही परिस्थिती बदलत चाललेली आहे. भारतातील महिलांचं राजकीय प्रतिनिधित्वाची आकडेवारी विविध देशांनुसार मी सांगू इच्छिते. स्वीडनमध्ये निवडून आलेल्या महिलांची टक्केवारी 46% आहे, परंतु त्यांचा संसदेमध्ये कुठेच कोटा नाही. राजकीय पक्षांमध्ये कुठेच राजकीय पक्षांमध्ये मात्र कोटा आहे, परंतु संसदेत कोटा नसला तरी 46% महिला या स्वीडनमध्ये राजकारणामध्ये आहेत, संसदेमध्ये आहेत. दक्षिण आफ्रिकेमध्ये दुसरा नंबर आहे. दक्षिण आफ्रिकेचा 45% महिला आहे, तिथे सुद्धा कोटा नाहीये संसदेमध्ये, परंतु त्यांना राजकीय पक्षांनी त्यांना संधी दिलेली आहे, कोटा ठेवलेला आहे. ऑस्ट्रेलियाचं प्रमाण 38% आहे, फ्रान्सचं 38%, जर्मनी 35%, ब्रिटन 40% आणि संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिकेमध्ये म्हणजे एवढ्या मोठी महासत्ता, आर्थिक महासत्ता असून सुद्धा तिथे 29%च प्रमाण आहे. आणि पाकिस्तानात 16%, बांगलादेशात 20% आणि भारताचा जर विचार केला तर 18% एवढं प्रमाण आहे. आपल्याकडे 1/3 इतका कोटा संसदेमध्ये दिलेला आहे 2023च्या विधेयकानुसार, तशी तरतूद आहे. आणि परंतु राजकीय पक्षांमध्ये आता सुरुवात झालेली आहे त्यांना प्रतिनिधित्व देण्याची, पण फारसे उत्सुक नसल्याचं आपल्या असं निदर्शनास येतं. आता ही जी आकडेवारी आहे भारतीय संसदेमध्ये, आपण ही जागतिक आकडेवारी बघितली. भारतीय संसदेमध्ये महिला प्रतिनिधित्वाचं आकडेवारी बघितली तर 2004 पर्यंत 5 ते 10% ही आकडेवारी वाढून 18%, 5 ते 10% वाढून 18व्या लोकसभेमध्ये 13.6% इतकी झाली. आणि राज्यसभेची सुद्धा 13% राहिली. महिला प्रतिनिधित्वाची ऐतिहासिक तुलना जर आपण केली तर 16व्या लोकसभेमध्ये म्हणजे 2014 ते 2019 या कालावधीत 64 महिला खासदार होत्या आणि 17व्या लोकसभेमध्ये 2019 ते 2024 या कालावधीत 78 महिला खासदार निवडून आल्या आणि त्यांची संख्या पुन्हा घसरली आणि 18व्या लोकसभेमध्ये 2024 ते आतापर्यंत 74 महिला खासदार निवडून आल्याचं आपल्याला दिसतं. ही जी आकडेवारी आहे खरं तर वाढायला हवी, पण पुन्हा आता 2024 ते या पुढच्या काळासाठी फक्त महिलांचं संख्या संसदेत महिला खासदारांचं निवडून येण्याचं प्रमाण कमी झालं आहे. त्याच्यावरून थोडंसं विचार करण्याची आपल्याला गरज आहे. राज्य विधानमंडळांमध्ये सुद्धा महिलांचं प्रतिनिधित्व फार कमी आहे आणि राज्य विधानसभेतील महिलांच्या प्रतिनिधित्वाची राष्ट्रीय सरासरी जी आहे ती केवळ 9% आहे. आणि भारतातल्या कोणत्याही राज्यामध्ये 20% पेक्षा जास्त महिला आमदार नसल्याचा दिसून येतं. आणि सर्वाधिक प्रतिनिधित्व असलेलं जे छत्तीसगड राज्य आहे तिथे सुद्धा महिला आमदार केवळ 18%च आहेत. तर ही जी परिस्थिती आहे आपल्या देशातली एकंदरीत संसदेमध्ये महिलांच्या सक्रियतेची किंवा प्रतिनिधित्वाची, ती बदलायला हवी असं वाटतं. थोडंसं प्रमाण जरी वाढलं असलं पूर्वीपेक्षा तरी फारसं असं निदर्शनास येण्यासारखं नाहीये किंवा निर्णय घेण्याच्या प्रक्रियेमध्ये महिलांना सहभागी करून घेण्याचं प्रमाण फारसं वाढलं नाही असं दिसून येतं. आता महिलांचं राजकारणातील प्रतिनिधित्व वाढविण्यासाठी मोजण्यासाठी काही मापदंड ठरवण्यात आलेले आहेत. पहिला आहे मतदार म्हणून महिलांचा सहभाग. तर हा 2019च्या लोकसभा निवडणुकीमध्ये पुरुषांइतकंच महिलांचं योगदान ही सक्षमीकरणातील क्रांती मानली जाते. आणि 1990 पासून म्हणजे जी नवीन आर्थिक सुधारणा करण्यात आल्या होत्या तेव्हापासून महिलांची संख्या ही जी आहे ती वाढत चाललीच आपल्याला दिसून येतं. दुसरा मापदंड आहे उमेदवार म्हणून महिला. तर उमेदवार म्हणून पुरुषांपेक्षा महिलांचं प्रमाण कमीच आहे. ह्या 2019च्या ज्या लोकसभा निवडणुका झाल्या होत्या त्यामध्ये 8,049 उमेदवारांपैकी फक्त 9% पेक्षाही कमी प्रमाण महिला उमेदवारांचं होतं. आणि संसदेत महिलांचं प्रतिनिधित्व सुद्धा खूप कमी आहे. 3 मापदंड वापरण्यात येतात. आता हे जे महिलांचं प्रमाण कमी आहे त्याचा जर विचार केला तर संसद आणि राज्य विधानसभामध्ये महिला प्रतिनिधींचं प्रमाण कमी असण्याचं काही कारणे मी इथे नमूद करू इच्छिते. की सगळ्यात आधी संस्थांची उदासीनता आहे. संस्था म्हणजे जे राजकीय पक्ष आहेत त्यांनी आपल्या निवडणुकांमध्ये महिलांना कोटा देण्यासाठी किंवा स्थान देण्यासाठी कुठे असं तरतूद करून ठेवलेली नाहीये. जरी संविधानामध्ये अशी तरतूद करण्यात आली असली तरी सुद्धा काही राजकीय पक्षांनी फारसं उत्सुकता दाखवली नाही किंवा आस्था दाखवलेली नाही त्यांच्याबद्दल. जसं काँग्रेस पक्षाने 1996 पूर्वी राखीव जागा 7.7% होत्या, त्या 1996 नंतर 9.5% झाल्या आणि त्यामध्ये फक्त 1.8%चा बदल झाला. परंतु अनुसूचित जातींसाठी जो काँग्रेस पक्षाने राखीव जागा ठेवल्या त्या 7.2% 96 पूर्वी होत्या, परंतु 96 नंतर 12.5% झाल्या आणि त्यात 5.3% बदल झाला. अनुसूचित जमातींसाठी सुद्धा जे काँग्रेस पक्षाने राखीव जागा ठेवल्या त्या 96 पूर्वी 9.5% होत्या, 96 नंतर 14.8% झाल्या आणि त्यामध्ये 5.3% बदल घडला. परंतु भारतीय जनता पक्ष जो आहे त्यांनी मात्र महिलांना संधी देण्यासाठी अनुत्सुकता दाखवली असं निदर्शनात येतं. कारण भारतीय आकडेवारीनुसार तर असंच निदर्शनास येतं. कारण भारतीय जनता पक्षाने 4.8% 1996 पूर्वी राखीव जागा ठेवल्या होत्या महिलांसाठी. परंतु 1996 पर्यंत नंतर 8.6% जागा वाढल्या आणि बदल त्यामध्ये 3.8% झाला. अनुसूचित जातींसाठी सुद्धा भारतीय जनता पक्षाने काहीच 1996 पूर्वीपर्यंत काहीच जागा राखीव ठेवल्या नव्हत्या. 96 नंतर 5.9% ठेवल्या आणि 5.9% त्यात बदल दिसून आला. अनुसूचित जमातींसाठी सुद्धाच तसंच फारसं प्रमाण नाही, फक्त 96 पूर्वीपर्यंत 4.2% होते आणि 96 नंतर 6.7%, म्हणजे बदल फक्त 2.6% झाला. आणि इतर राजकीय पक्षांचा विचार केला तर अराखीव जागांसाठी 2.5% होता 96 पूर्वी आणि 96 नंतर 5.6% आणि बदल जो आहे तो 3.1% दिसून आला. तर अशा प्रकारे अनुसूचित जाती जमातींसाठी जो कोटा ठेवण्यात आलेला आहे त्यामुळे महिला उमेदवार पुढे येत असल्याचं दिसून येतं. पण तरी सुद्धा निवडून येण्याचं प्रमाण त्यांचं कमी आहे असं या सध्याच्या राजकारणावरून दिसून येतं. आता ह्या कारणांचा शोध घेतला तर संस्थांची उदासीनता हे कारण झालंच की कुठलाही राजकीय पक्ष महिलांना उमेदवारी देण्यासाठी तिकीट देण्यासाठी पुढे येत नाही. ज्यांचं या मोठ्या घराण्यांसोबत संबंध असतील किंवा ओळख असेल किंवा काही कौटुंबिक राजकीय संबंध असतील अशाच लोकांना यामध्ये संधी दिली जाते. म्हणजे वंशवादाला यामध्ये प्रोत्साहन दिलं जातं. दुसरं कारण आहे की महिलांची जिंकण्याची शक्यता कमी असते पुरुष उमेदवारांच्या तुलनेमध्ये. सध्याचं राजकीय वातावरणाचा आपण आढावा घेतला तर असं लक्षात येतं की महिलांचं उमेदवारांचं जिंकण्याचं प्रमाण अजूनही कमी आहे. आणि तिसरं कारण आहे आव्हानात्मक संरचनात्मक परिस्थिती. ही जी आपल्या देशातली जी सामाजिक संरचना आहे त्या संरचनेमध्ये सगळी कौटुंबिक जबाबदारी ही महिलांकडे देण्यात आलेली आहे. कुटुंबाच्या जबाबदाऱ्या आणि मुलांचं संगोपन या सर्वांची जबाबदारी महिलांवर सोपवण्यात आली असल्यामुळे महिलांसाठी राजकारणात सहभागी होणं, सक्रिय होणं हे अजूनही फार त्रासदायक आहे. हे एक निदर्शनास येते, हे एक कारण आहे. त्यानंतर त्यांना राजकारणातील चौथं कारण आहे की अत्यंत असुरक्षित वातावरण आहे. महिला राजकारण्यांना नेहमीच अपमानाचा, अयोग्य टीका टिप्पणीचा, दुर्व्यवहारांचा, धमक्यांचा सामना करावा लागतो. आपण नेहमी ज्या निवडणुका होतात टीव्हीवरून वगैरे नेहमी पाहतो, वर्तमानपत्रामधून पण बातम्या येतात की कुणाला कशा धमक्याने किती अभद्र अशा टिप्पणींचा किंवा वक्तव्य केली जातात महिलांबद्दलचे. तर हे जे चित्र आहे ते बदललं नाही आणि त्यामुळे महिला पुढे येण्यास कचरतात. पाचवं कारण आहे की महागडी निवडणूक व्यवस्था आहे. आपल्या देशातली जी निवडणूक व्यवस्था आहे ती महागडी आहे कारण आपल्या देशातल्या स्त्रिया ज्या आहेत त्या अजूनही आपल्या कुटुंबावर आर्थिकदृष्ट्या अवलंबून आहेत. लाडकी बहीण योजना सारख्या किंवा लाडली बहीण यासारख्या योजना सुरू केल्या म्हणजे काही महिला राजकारणात हे करू शकतील, पुढे येऊ शकतील असं काही वाटत नाही. कारण की त्यांना सढळ असा आधार पाहिजे. आर्थिकदृष्ट्या जोपर्यंत त्या सबळ होणार नाही तोपर्यंत असं धाडस करू शकत नाही. आणि म्हणून आणि खर्चिक सुद्धा आहे बरंच. निवडणुकीचा जो खर्च आहे तो अतिशय खर्चिक आहे आणि त्यामुळे महिला पुढे येण्यास कचरतात. सहावं शेवटचं कारण आहे की आंतरिक पितृसत्ता. आपला जो समाज आहे किंवा सामाजिक संरचना आहे ती पितृसत्ताक आहे. अजूनही पुरुषांनाच महत्त्व दिलं जातं आणि सगळ्या आशा आकांक्षा त्यांच्या महिलांच्याच पूर्ण होतात, पुरुषांच्या पूर्ण होतात. महिलांना किती वाटत असलं तरी ते आपल्या कुटुंब आणि घराला प्राधान्य देतात आणि त्याला प्राधान्य देणं हेच आपलं कर्तव्य समजतात आणि त्यामुळे त्या कुटुंब सोडून राजकीय प्रवाहात यावं की नाही, वाहून जावं की नाही या दुविधेमध्ये असतात आणि त्यामुळे त्यांचं राजकारणातलं प्रतिनिधित्व कमी असतं. त्यानंतर संसदेत महिलांच्या सहभागाची आवश्यकता का आहे? आताच सरांनी हे आपलं जे की नोट ऍड्रेस दिला त्यामध्ये आपल्या असं निदर्शनास येतं की देशाची जी संपूर्ण अर्थव्यवस्था आहे किंवा अर्थव्यवस्थेची जी भिस्त आहे ही जितकी पुरुषांवर अवलंबून आहे तितकी स्त्रियांवर सुद्धा अवलंबून आहे. म्हणजे निर्णय घेण्याच्या प्रक्रियेत जर स्त्रियांना सहभागी करून घेतलं, महिला कार्यशक्तीचा जर उपयोग आपण कायदे बनविण्यासाठी किंवा इतर प्रतिनिधित्वासाठी करून घेतला, महिलांच्या सक्षमीकरणासाठी करून घेतला तर आपला देश नक्कीच आर्थिक महासत्ता जगामध्ये बनू शकतो असं मला वाटतं. तर पहिलं कारण आहे त्याचं राजकीय सशक्तीकरण करण्यासाठी. कारण संसदेमध्ये प्रतिनिधित्व जर दिलं गेलं तर राजकीय सशक्तीकरण होऊ शकतं आणि कायदे बनविण्यासाठी ज्या प्रक्रिया आहेत त्यामध्ये सुद्धा महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका त्या बजावू शकतात. अनेक मुद्द्यांवर वादविवाद करू शकतात, चर्चा करू शकतात आणि सरकारला जबाबदेही होण्यासाठी विधानमंडळामध्ये त्या महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभावू शकतात. म्हणून महिलांचा संसदेत सहभाग अत्यंत आवश्यक आहे. दुसरं कारण आहे की लैंगिक समानतेची स्थिती दर्शविण्यासाठी आताची
Hello,
जी सामाजिक, आर्थिक आणि राजकीय परिस्थिती आहे ती अत्यंत
madam, kindly conclude.
हां, बस थोडंसंच राहिलंय सर. ती दुरुस्त करायची असेल तर त्याच्यासाठी महिला प्रतिनिधित्वाची गरज आहे आणि महिला राजकारणात विविध कौशल्याचा वापर करतात. महिलांना घर सांभाळण्याचं कौशल्य असतं. त्यामुळे त्या राजकारणात सुद्धा अत्यंत कौशल्याने बाकीचे मुद्दे सगळे हाताळू शकतात आणि जे सरकारचं धोरण आहे ते सुद्धा सुगम बनविण्यासाठी प्रयत्न करू शकतात आणि अत्यंत प्रभावी त्यांचं कार्य असू शकतं, होतं आणि त्यांची भ्रष्ट होण्याची जी शक्यता आहे ती सुद्धा कमी असते. कारण महिलांवर अपराधाचे आणि भ्रष्ट होण्याचे जे गुन्हे आहेत ते अत्यंत कमी आहेत. पुरुषांइतके इतके नाही आहेत त्यामुळे आणि ही जी असमानता आहे, लैंगिक असमानता ती दूर करण्यासाठी, ती दरी बुजवण्यासाठी सरकारनं जेंडर बजेटिंग, कायद्यांमध्ये सुधारणा, लिंग संवेदनशील शिक्षण जागरूकता अभियान, बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढाओ, महिला हेल्पलाईन, महिला ई-हाट वगैरे महिला उद्योजकांसाठी त्यांच्या उत्पादनाला मार्केट मिळावं, बाजार मिळावं म्हणून महिला ई-हाट सुरू केलेला आहे. तर अशा प्रकारच्या ह्या जे सरकारनं धोरण अवलंबिलेलं आहे, त्या धोरणाचा जर अवलंब केला, तर नक्कीच आपला देश पुढे जाऊ शकतो आणि महिलांच्या सहभागितेचं महत्त्व या विविध मुद्द्यांवरून आपल्या लक्षात येतं आणि जोपर्यंत महिला पुढे येणार नाही, तोपर्यंत देशाचं विकसित राष्ट्राचं जे स्वप्न आहे आपल्या देशाचं, ते पूर्ण होऊ शकत नाही असं मला वाटतं आणि मला बोलण्याची संधी दिली त्याबद्दल आपणा सर्वांचे धन्यवाद. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, madam. Next paper presentation, Ronald Khobragade sir, on towards deglobalization, events, trends, and implication. Over to you, Ronald Khobragade sir.
In 5 minutes, Patil sir, only 5 minutes.
Sir, kindly conclude in 5 minutes. Khobragade sir.
Yes, yes.
स्क्रीन माझी दिसते सर.
Yes. Yes. थांबा. हा आहे का? Am I audible? Once again, good morning, everyone. My name is Mr. Mrinal Khobragade, and I am pleased to present my paper on the topic of towards deglobalizations, events, trends, and implications. Next slides. So, as we know, globalization refers to the increasing integration of economies around the world, particularly border. That this term sometimes also refers to knowledge internationally. So as we know, as sir said that particularly after 1991, that we globalized our economy by launching the LPG policy. So we have seen not only in India, but generally it is observed that there are some benefits of globalization, such as that is the people get the variety of goods and services at the lower prices. And thereafter that is it promoted the efficiency in the country, better the paying of jobs, improve the health, and that is the higher living of standard of the people. Yeah, exactly. Then, but in recent era, it is observed that so one definition that given here that of the deglobalization, it involves the powerful nation states prioritizing the solutions, border controls and limited international cooperation. Then with this, the little bit the background that is of the deglobalization. That is, I have set some objective that is to understand the events and trends of the deglobalization recently. Then to investigate the specific implications of deglobalization on key global players, particularly India, with secondary data only. If historically it is the observed that is the globalization took the momentum from 1880 to 1914, then thereafter from 1940 and onwards up to almost that is the 1950, because of the war period, interwar that is the interwar period and international conflict, that we observe that that is the slowdown in globalization. Then after 1950, globalization again took the momentum because of that is the efforts made at the international level, particularly that Bretton Woods institutes formed, that which one IMF and World Bank and GATT also. Clear, because of these efforts that this globalization took the momentum. Clear. And this momentum that last till 2008. Clear. It is observed that during the period of the 1990 to 2008, that globalization was at the peak. It was known as the hyper globalization era. Clear. Then, but after the 2008, because of that financial crisis, we have seen that slowdown in globalization. Then that we resurgence of the protectionist policies, notably in the form of trade wars. Then that is the after this that is the historical background that we move with globalization to deglobalizations. What are key events, recent events, and what is the trend recently which is observed with respect to that is the deglobalizations. So as I told you that is the particularly after 2018 and from 2008, we can observe that is the slowdown in globalization. So the first case was in this regard, that major case, not that is the first case, but major case was that of that is the Brexit, that is the exit of the Britain from the European Union. So since 1973, Britain was the member of the European Union, and it took the exit in 2020. Because of that, is the means that some causes were cited here, such as that is the climate emergency, continues the immigration, the declined standard of living of the people of UK, need for the national sovereignty. These were the causes given for the exit of the UK from the European Union. But it is found that afterward, it is found that the Brexit has reduced the UK trade openness. Then thereafter, the foreign direct investment inflows and immigration growth also. Okay, so with respect to that is the this UK, it was the first case means moving towards the deglobalization. Then thereafter, that is the in 2018, US initiated a trade war with China. So in the first regime or the first term of the Trump, we have seen that during the time of particularly 2018 and 19, US increased the tariffs on thousands of the Chinese products, which ultimately targeted around $350 billion of imports from the China. And all these the triggered retaliatory measures from China. It was that is the tit for tat policy that adopted by China also. Clear. Then recently that recent Trump's decisions causes the trade war. Yeah. This recently you can observe that is how that Trump's decisions regarding the tariffs. So 25% additional tariffs the imports from the Canada and Mexico, and that is the 10% additional tariffs of imports from the China. Means already that he is going to impose. He is going to impose that extra additional 25% that tariffs on the Mexico, and that is the Canada, and 10% on the China. Yeah. Apart from the existing tariffs. Thereafter, that is he postponed for the 30 days actually. Clear. So he repeatedly even targeted Germany and blames the Germany for the America's huge trade deficits. Even US President Trump referred to India and Brazil as the tremendous tariff makers and warned of the higher tariffs of imported goods from the countries. Even in the recent visit of that is our Prime Minister Modi, that he didn't that reduce the tariffs. We have cooperated in other areas, but that is the US administration didn't reduce the tariffs. Then next one is next that is the events we can see here. Decision of the European Union, that is of the carbon border tax. So European Union going to impose the carbon border tax on specific imports such as that is the steel, aluminum, fertilizer, electricity, cement, and hydrogen from January 2016 as a part of the reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 55% before 2030. For this, EU passed legislation in 2023, which is known as the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. So through this way, that is the European Union going to import the tariffs on imported item. Then next one is import restriction by G20 countries. So G20 countries, there are 20 countries. So G20 import restriction has increased continuously since 2009. Even the number of export restrictions has also grown significantly since 2020. Mostly food, feed, and fertilizers are restricted to the export during the period of the October 2023 to October 2024. It is given in WTO report. Then 91, that is the trade restrictive measures introduced by the G20 economies. Yeah. Then recent, that is what are the causes of this increase in the protectionism? We can say that is the inward-looking policy, or that is the protectionism policy. So some example that some that the causes are there given here. The first one was that is the COVID-19 pandemic and uncertainty at the international level. Then thereafter that COVID-19 pandemic, we can say that is the war between that Russia and Ukraine. Then food security crisis, national security, and climate change. These are that is the some that causes cited by these countries to protect themselves. Then when we look at that is the deglobalization, or that is the globalization and India, deglobalization and India. So we can also see in India also the high import duties ranging from that is the 27% to 30%. And with that is the certain atom it is 40% also, are designed to protect the domestic industries from the global competition. Then additionally, the data of WTO for the years July 22, June 24, 2024 shows that for this entire period, India initiated 109 anti-dumping investigations, and out of these 35 measures applied. Means India initiated that investigation in one, that is the anti-dumping in 109, and out of this 109, that India that applied 35 measures, anti-dumping measures, which is higher than any G20 countries initiative. G20 countries. And recently you may be knowing about the Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is we want to make ourselves self-reliant. It is also one of the, that is the step towards the protectionism. Then another thing is that is the due to Trump, that is the tough immigration stance. As 104 immigrants are sent to India in the first deportations on 5th of February 2025. This may even affect affect H1B visas. Even IT sector, we rely on that is the USA for our that is the IT sectors. Then carbon border tax is imposed by the European Union. It will adversely affect India's the export sector to EU, European Union. Annually, India export about that is the 8 billion US dollar worth of the goods, that is the 26.6% to the European Union. So these goods consist of the iron ore, iron, steel, and aluminum. So in this way, that is the these decisions that of the protectionism is going to affect India. Um, and then thereafter, what is the implication of this deglobalization or protectionism, or that is the inward-looking policy? It reduces the efficiency, then limited market access, increase the cost for the consumers, global supply chains, that is the disruption, that is the global supply chain. Then it bring about the inflationary pressure in the economy. Then we face that is the shortage of the goods, and that affecting the industries that heavily depend on the international trade. These are some that is the economic implications of this deglobalization. Then thereafter, what are the geopolitical and that is the social implications? It is national vulnerabilities that we become prone to that because of this one deglobalization. Then making nation more inward looking, people started that is the this inward looking policy try to substitute in our country. Then fuel internal unrest because of the scarcity of the food, that is the goods. Then add to global inequalities, create the sense of the nationalism and reinforce that is cultural identity. Limit cultural exchange and diversity. These are some that is the geopolitical and social implications. Then in conclusion, I would like to conclude here that globalization has brought numerous benefits, including economic growth, access to new markets, and lower the prices for consumers. However, the recent rise of the deglobalization and protectionist policies poses significant challenges to global trade and economic stability. The imposition of tariffs, trade wars, and the retreat from the multilateral agreement are the reshaping the global economic landscape. While deglobalization may offer some short-term benefits for the domestic industries, it may also lead to inefficiencies, higher costs, and geopolitical tension. The future of the globalization will depend on how nations will balance their national interests with the need for the global cooperation to address shared challenges such as the climate change, pandemics, and economic inequalities. Thank you all of you for your attention and for being a part of this virtual conference. I look forward to any further discussion. Have a great day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, I would now like to invite our chairperson of the session, Professor Balasaheb Patil, sir, to conclude our paper presentation of the conference.
Patil sir, you are not audible. You are not audible.
Yes, sir. Is it audible?
Now you are audible, sir.
Okay. I feel I am audible. Sorry. As Professor Rajni Sontakke Madam expressed her view on the gender inequality, I always feel that in every sector there must be the women's with their more representation. In Parliament, we observed that nowhere more than 18% women work as a MPs of the Parliament. In Vidhan Sabha, same thing happens. In service sector, really, Madam, your view is the way towards the development of the women. And then Professor Munal Khobragade expressed his view on the globalization and its implications. Really, we are lacking behind with the, I think, diplomatic steps against the which steps taken against us, as we have seen that the many migrants are sent to the India through the America, and we fail to we feel that we fail to face the problem and answer the America in their language, in our language. So I appreciate both the paper presenters here, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. A huge thank you to our chair and resource person for their time and valuable insights, and to all our participants for their engagement and enthusiasm. Now, I would like to invite our Assistant Professor Shailaja Rao Madam for the vote of thanks. Shailaja Madam, over to you.
Thank you, Patil sir. Good afternoon, one and all. It is with immense gratitude that I would like to propose the vote of thanks for the second technical and paper presentation session. At the very outset, I would like to thank the chairman and resource person, Professor Balasai Patil sir, for taking time of his busy schedule and accepting our invitation for being a part of this session and theme balancing well-being and economic output. Sir, your valuable inputs have greatly enlightened us. I would also like to thank our principal sir and conference coordinator director, Dr. S.B. Karande sir, for his continuous support and guidance. I would like to thank our vice principal, Dr. Mahesh Auti sir, for his cooperation. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank our paper presenters, Rajni Sontakti ma'am and Mr. Kunal Khobrakis sir, for their valuable insights for the session. I would also extend my thank you to conference coordinator, Dr. Chandrakant Patil sir, for such a warm introduction of our guest and his able coordination. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Professor Priyanka Auti ma'am for being the rapporteur for the session and jotting down the major unfoldings for the session. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank the technical team and my colleagues for their continued support and assistance throughout. Finally, I would like to thank everyone directly or indirectly for the cooperation they gave for making this session a success. Thank you all for the session and stay tuned for our next valedictory come third technical session on global indices and inequality. Over to you, Aniket sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rama. A very good afternoon to everyone. I myself, Aniket Salvi, with great honor, welcome you all to the valedictory come third technical session on the theme Global Indices and Inequality. This session marks the culmination of our thought-provoking discussions, insightful deliberation, and academic exchange over the past session. We are privileged to have none other than Dr. Mrudul Nile sir, a distinguished professor from our Department of Civics and Politics, University of Mumbai, who has graciously accepted our invitation as the chairman and the resource person for this session. His profound expertise and vast experience in political science and global studies will surely enrich our understanding on today's theme. We also extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. S.B. Karande sir, in charge principal, for his constant support and encouragement in organizing such meaningful academic discussions. With that, let us commence this session. I now invite our esteemed principal, Dr. S.B. Karande sir, to deliver the welcome speech. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Aniket, sir.
Sir, you're not audible. Karande, sir, you're not audible.
Sir, your mic is mute.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Aniket, sir. Very good afternoon to one and all present on this online platform. The chief guest of director come third technical session. Just second. technical session of this one-day multidisciplinary national web conference, Honorable Professor Mridul Nile, Professor, Department of Civics and Politics, University of Mumbai, Vice Principal Dr. Mahesh Auki, Co-Coordinator and Conference Secretary Mr. M.B. Khobragade, Coordinator of this session Mr. Aniket Salvi, Conference Joint Secretary Dr. Sushila Yadav, Conference Coordinator Dr. C.T. Patil, Convener of this conference Mrs. Suhas Sawant Thakur, Co-Convener Dr. Vinayak Kamble, and Mrs. Shailaja Rao, as well as Mrs. Priyanka Auti, other members of organizing committee, delegates, researchers, teachers, participants, academicians, and research students from various parts of the country. As the in charge principal of the college, I warmly welcome you all in this one-day national level web conference on the vital theme, intersecting realities, exploring new paradigms in 21st century. Friends, this web conference jointly organized by the Department of Economics, Sociology, and Political Science in collaboration with Internal Quality Assurance Cell of our college. Successfully, we have completed two sessions of this multidisciplinary web conference. The resource person of the first session was Professor Sandhya Saxena, Department of English, VRAL, Rajkiya Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Bareilly, Uttar Pradesh. Honorable Saxena Madam have enlightened on the very relevant topic, changing family roles and dynamics in globalized world. The resource person and chairman of the second technical paper presentation session was Honorable Professor Balasaheb Patil sir, Professor and Head, Department of Economics, C.K. Thakur College, New Panvel, Navi Mumbai. Dr. Patil have guided our students and teachers, researchers on redefining success beyond GDP in India, as well as two participants have presented research papers on different sub-themes. Now we are here in the third technical validatory function. The chief guest and chief speaker of this session, Honorable Dr. Mridul Nile sir, will enlighten on the very important sub-theme, that is global indexes and inequalities. I'm sure that such valuable guidance through these speeches definitely will be the pathway to academicians, researchers, and students for their future academic journey. Once again, I welcome all the dignitaries in the third technical valedictory session of this web conference. I congratulate all the members of organizing committee for an initiative to organize this one-day national web conference. I extend my sincere thanks towards the honorable members of management of Gokhale Education Society for their guidance and support for organizing such events. I express my sincere thanks to our today's guests for accepting our invitation and spending their valuable time for us. I warmly welcome once again, and I really congratulate and appreciate all the members of the organizing committee for an initiative to organize this web conference. Thank you very much. Over to Professor Aniket Salvi, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful word and for always being a guiding force in fostering academic excellence at our institution. Your support and encouragement continue to inspire us to organize a meaningful session like this. Now, it's my honor and privilege to introduce someone whom I personally admire, the chairperson of today's Validatory Cup Technical Session, Dr. Mridul Nile sir, who is a distinct academician, researcher, and a policy expert. About him, he is a professor in Department of Civics and Politics at University of Mumbai. His contribution in the field of governance, electoral studies, and IR is truly commendable. He has also served as a deputation to the State Election Commission, where he played a key role in research at the Institute of Democracy and Election for Good Governance. His expertise in electoral reforms has led to two key recommendations for strengthening NOTA being officially accepted by the State Election Commission of Maharashtra as well as Haryana. Beyond academic, Dr. Nayar has made remarkable contribution to policy making. He is an esteemed member of the subcommittee of curriculum design for the new education policy and has played a key role in shaping Women's Policy 2022 of Government of Maharashtra. His commitment to the student welfare is known to everyone during his tenure as Director of Students Welfare at the University of Mumbai from 2008 to 2015, as well as his long-standing service as a Senate member from 2008 to 2022. NIES's scholarship and research has also gained international recognition. In 2011, he was selected for the prestigious Hay Fulbright Scholarship sponsored by United States Department to study national security policy at the US National Security Policy Making. Additionally, he has also received a scholarship from ICSSR to participate at the international seminar on economic development for young scholars organized by the Chinese Academy for Social Science in Beijing. Nies's accomplished author and researcher, one of his significant work is Palestine, the Politics of India-China Economic Relation was published by Reuters, which provides an in-depth analysis of economic diplomacy between the two nations. With such an illustrious career spanning academics, research, policy making, and governance, Dr. Niesers is truly an inspiration for all of us. We are delighted and honored to have him with us today as the chairperson and the resource person for the session. With that, I now invite Niesar to share his insight with us. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Aniket. And thank you, Professor Karande, for inviting me. It is an honor to be a part of this particular web conference. Though it is web, but I think that the kind of papers I heard one paper that is Rajni Suntakke's paper, and that is the area where I also work a lot. And I was very impressed with that particular paper that she spoke of in terms of women in participation in political process. I'm indeed very grateful to you for inviting me to this particular conference. Also, I thank Dr. Sushila Yadav because she was also coordinating with me. But in last few days, I was a little caught up, and I'm sorry if I've not been able to reach up to you in time. But Aniket was there, and I tried to do whatever I could. And also the entire organizing committee, the efforts that they have put in together to organize this particular conference, which is a very well-meaning, because I went through all the topics of this particular conference, and it's a well-meaning conference, and it attempts to bring out a lot of things out of this particular conference. If we are able to invite people with some kind of papers and all, it will be really for publication. It will be really nice. I could also hear Professor Patil from CKT College, who's a good friend. I mean, though we have not met for a very long time, but then certainly we have been interacting with each other on occasions. I could also see some people not from Maharashtra, out of Maharashtra, and that makes this particular conference even more meaningful. With this, this is a very short kind of presentation that I've made. But then what I thought is we need to understand what are these particular global indexes, and is there a problem of integration and intersection for a better global society? When that particular topic came to me, I was looking at this topic and I thought probably I should talk something about India, something about the social discrimination and all those kind of things. But then I thought that there are more grievous problems globally than just talking about these particular problems. Of course, I mean, my area of interest happens to be studying discrimination and disabilities amongst communities, inclusion, marginalization. These are some of the areas that I really work on. All my projects are on exclusion studies and how we can make this particular society a better place to live in. So these are some of the things that I've been working on. Today, what I'm going to talk about is the global indices and the problem of integration and intersection. I'm using indexes because I'm using 3 indexes over here in this particular presentation. I hope I'm audible. Aniket, am I audible? And yeah, of course.
Yes,
And I
yes,
should
you are audible, sir. You are audible.
yeah. And I should also thank Aniket for a wonderful introduction. But I should also caution you that don't go on that particular introduction at all. I don't know what I'm going to do now in this particular presentation. Whether it makes sense or not, I don't know about that. But this was prepared just last night. Just tried to put certain things together till 5:30, and then I went to sleep. But let's hope that this particular presentation makes some sense. So basically, I'm going to talk about 3 important things over here in this presentation. One is the global index, one is the hunger index, the other one is human development index, and the democracy index. There are 3 indexes that I'm going to talk about. Okay, these 3 indexes are prepared globally by different organizations and different perspectives and have different kind of meanings to that. Meanings, or rather, I should say that they derive different outputs. My problem is that, I mean, why aren't all of these particular indexes integrated? And that is why I'm using the word the problem of integration. Okay, so these are the global indexes. These are the 3 global indexes. But the problem is that these 3 global indexes are not integrated. They are separate. Okay, and that causes a concern. Okay, that cannot be further. I would also like to tell you that these global indexes cannot be uh, in a way combined together or integrated to that particular extent that one may think of. But then still, if you look at, I mean, I think that there should be some amount of integration, if at all, if you want this particular society to be a better society, to live a better global society. Can So if you look at the global hunger index, okay, what essentially does it mean? Okay, the global hunger index basically has to do with hunger, which remains a very important thing. I mean, there are so many people in the globe today, they go absolutely hungry. I mean, in fact, the other day I was watching this particular documentary on Netflix, which talked about Somalia and especially Black Hawk Down. I mean, this particular thing I was watching, it was not only about that particular militarization by the US or maybe the way that entire thing went off. But then what I was looking at the pictures of all those particular people who were malnourished, who did not have food to eat. Okay, and what was the condition of people during those times? So therefore, global hunger index scores are significantly improved over the past 2 decades. However, hunger, it still remains a serious problem, and the progress is virtually stalled since 2016. Okay, the global hunger index score is driven by very important things. That is the highest undernourishment and child mortality rates in a particular given region. Okay, so this is what essentially we talk in terms of global hunger index. Global hunger index, it essentially means that what is the undernourishment level and what is the child mortality rate. There are certain countries even now like Sudan, Chad, and these are the countries which have absolutely bad to worst kind of fare very bad to worst on this particular index. In fact, if you look at your sustainable development goals, okay, one of the goals also talks about uh, poverty and hunger-free world by 2030. We are in 25, almost 5 years away from the SDG 2030. And looking at the situation globally and also in India, I mean, I think that this is a very, very far-reaching goal. I mean, I don't think so that we will be anywhere near 2030. So if you're looking at the SDG, that is Sustainable Development Goals, or maybe for that matter, I mean, you find that Millennium Development Goals were converted into SDG 2030. And where are we at this point of time? We find that, I mean, the Sustainable Development Goals also will be an absolute failure in that sense. Aniket, you are Aniket?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You're going with the slides, right? Yeah. So if you look at this particular global index, I mean, as I told you that there's very less that has been done. And if you see the third slide, okay, you generally find that prospects of achieving zero hunger by the target date of 2030 is grim, with 42 countries still experiencing alarming or serious hunger. Okay, so there are 42 countries which are in a very, very bad shape. So I'm not looking at, inequalities in a particular country, but I'm looking at these inequalities in a more in a more global context. And this particular thing, especially 42 countries, is a huge number of people who are still having a serious problem of hunger. If you're looking at the Global Hunger Index of 2024, you find a score for the world is 18.3, which is considered moderate, down by slightly from 2016, that is 18.8 to 18.3. That is where we have brought it to. Okay, so therefore, I mean, there is still a lot of scope for this particular thing. So therefore, again, I mean, we need to look at, I mean, what is the miss? Are we missing out something? So we'll see what are we missing out. In 2024, the Global Hunger Index reflects barrage of successive and overlapping challenges that have hit the world. I mean, some of these, I mean, these challenges include large-scale armed conflict. So I need not go in detail about these particular conflicts. You know what's happening in Sudan. You know what's happening in, a lot of African countries. You know what's happening in West Asia. You know what's happening in Gaza. You know what's happening in Ukraine and Russia. Okay. You know what's happening in Iran. Okay. I mean, in fact, I mean, this is on a very, I mean, I'm not, delivering a lecture. Of course, I mean, there'll be some graphs and all. But then what I'm trying to say is the other day I was talking to somebody in Europe, not in Europe, in Iraq. And Iraq is a war-torn country at one point of time. And when I was listening to those particular people and the person over there, I mean, he was telling me the kind of problems that these people are facing even now. Okay, you find, out of, I mean, there are 30% houses. Okay, out of 10,000 houses, 3,000 houses are abandoned. Okay, there are large number of women who are widowed. Okay, the government is trying a bit to give them certain things like, I think $1,500 a month to look after themselves. Okay, the widows and all those kind of people. But then, I mean, that particular thing is not tall enough. I mean, still, I mean, it is, see, they are rich with a lot of oil. Okay, even now, but then a lot of oil is exported or is taken away by the US. Okay, people over there have two things which are free. One is electricity and the second is water. Okay, these are the two things that are absolutely free for all people over there. So whatever money is coming in, they put in for these things. But then if you're putting in for electricity and water and not for, something like hunger, I mean, that raises a lot of questions. Okay, so there are a lot of middle income countries, income inequalities, economic downturns. These are some of the problems that we've been facing. A next important thing is the right to food is largely unrealized and unenforced. Okay, so this particular problem is there. I mean, we all know that in our country, we have something called as the PDS, the public distribution system or the ration system. And therefore, at least we are securing some kind of food security to the people. And we have realized something called as Food Security Act. Okay, so these are some of the changes that we have at our level in our country, but then it is also very important that similar kind of things should be there in the other countries. So despite the international community's repeated emphasis on importance of right to adequate food, there remains a troubling disparity between the standards established and the reality that in many parts of the world, right to food is being blatantly disregarded. Okay, so you find that food and these particular things are absolutely disregarded. I'm putting this particular global hunger index, this thing in front of you, chart in front of you, and you will see, Aniket, are you on the same page? Regional 2000, 2000, 2008, 2015, 2023 Global Hunger Index scores. So if you're looking at these particular scores, these scores are pathetic. Okay, these are four scores: 2000, 2008, 2015, 2023. So if you look at South Africa and Sahara area, you find that over here there are problems of alarming to serious kind of food crisis in this particular area. In fact, South Asia also, the issue is the same. If you go to West Asia and North Africa, to some extent, it is moderate to low. It is moderate mostly. But Latin America and Caribbean, you find that it is moderate to low. And East and Southeast Asia, if you look at this particular thing, you generally find that here also it is distributed between moderate to low. And if you are looking at Europe and Central Asia, you find the situation is slightly better. Okay, so these are the global paradigms of hunger that are in front of us in last so many years. I mean, I'm talking about a span of 25 years. Okay, so span of 25 years is not a small span, and you find that some of the countries in Africa and South Asia, they are facing this particular global hunger. They are facing this particular problem since past so many years. Okay, so similarly, I mean for past quarter decade. So if this particular thing continues, you can imagine what to what state are we going to take people to? Okay, this is where the next slide, please, Aniket.
Yes.
So, where am I at? Yeah. So if you look at this particular slide, this is from 2018 to 2022, you find some of these particular countries. I mean, you all know what happened in Rwanda and Burundi. Okay, Rwanda and Burundi had seen some very fierce conflicts for last 40 years, 40 years ago, and even now you find that their child stunting is the highest. That is 55.8% children are stunted. I mean, I hope you because this also deals with uh, the nutrition value and undernutrition of the children. That is why we are taking this child stunting and child wasting. Okay, these are some of the things that we come across. If you look at child wasting, you find India ranks the first. Okay, between 2018 to 2022. I'm not talking, I mean, this is not about India. This is about global indexes. But then and where are we missing on? Okay, that is that we need to understand. Okay. Next slide, please. So you find the prevalence of anemia in women, which is aged between 15 and 24 in select countries. In this particular thing also, you find Rwanda 14.1 to Mali, you find 63%. Okay, these are shown. This data is collected, since 2018, and therefore this particular data is showing the prevalence of anemia amongst women. I mean, I'm a field worker basically, so I generally go to a lot of tribal areas. As I told you, my major area is tribal studies and discrimination, inclusion, exclusion policy. So when I'm looking at some of these particular things, I mean, I hope if I have time, I could show you some photographs, also some pictures, where you'll find that how there is a change. Just give me a minute, and I will share that particular photograph to Aniket. One sec. Aniket, give me a minute.
Yes, sir.
Matlab, I just want to show what is that stunting and all those kind of things, and how it becomes very important. Sometimes, what happens is whenever you're delivering a lecture, you feel that these are the things that should go. That's the reason. Well, I mean, if I'm able to get that particular photographs, I'll show you, because I had some photographs from India. Why India? I mean, I would say that's something very close to you. Just in Palghar area, where I had some photographs where women in their 60s and women in their 35 years of age, how the height and body structures have deteriorated. That is what I wanted to make a point. So, well, I mean, if you look at women and hunger, I mean, this is the issue that we generally face. Okay. If you the second index is of Human Development Index, and Human Development Index is nothing but an average achievement of key dimension of people. So Amartya Sen tried to bring in this particular index, Human Development Index, and where you're talking about a long and healthy life, being knowledgeable and having a decent standard of living. Okay, these are the things that include these three dimensions. Okay, so the health dimension is addressed by life expectancy at birth. I mean, how much will a particular person be able to live? That is life expectancy. Education dimension is measured by the mean years of schooling for adults age 25 years. Okay, so we look at up to 25 years of age, how many people can go to school, and more and more expected years of schooling for children, and school entering age also. And the standard of living dimension is measured by gross national income per capita. So per capita income, schooling, and life expectancy. These are the three things that we generally measure. Last year, in the month of May, we had conducted a very important survey in Navi Mumbai. And what we were looking at is we were looking at how many children in this particular age group up to 10 standard are dropped out from the school because of poverty. So we generally went to those particular places, those particular people who are absolutely poor families, juggi, jhopdis, and all those kind of places. We also wanted to see and understand what are the reasons for leaving the school or school dropout. We also try to understand if people are also reading anything apart from the school literature. Okay, and the results that we saw in Navi Mumbai were really bad. Okay, so these are some of the average annual growth rate that we had. Now, these are the trends in United States of America, 1992 to 2022, and then it starts falling. See, it starts falling. Okay, over here. Now, this partly could be a reason of this partly could be the reason that of COVID. If you're looking at again the same thing, that is Asia, you find um, uh, during the same period, you find it is doing really bad. But in case of Pacific, it is negative. In case of South Asia, it is negative. And in case of Southeast Asia, also it is negative. Okay, so if you're looking at some of these particular human data, human development index indicators, I mean, the indicators are really poor, and they show that people are really having a lot of issues in terms of education. Okay, this particular graph, okay, which is basically talking about, which is comparing three countries. I purposely took three countries. I took an African country, that is Nigeria. Okay, I took India, and I took Norway, and I also have United States. I'm comparing it to the United States. Okay, if you're looking at these particular figures, okay, most of these particular figures show HDI in a very bad situation in all of these particular countries. So you could see that these are the blue line is there, which means US. There is a red line. Sorry, there is a green line. Okay, which shows whether they're able to gain something or not. Okay, and the loss is also predicted by a yellow line. So this is how the Human Development Index is actually inequality adjusted Human Development Index is looking like. Okay, if you're seeing these trends in both East Asia and Southeast Asia, you find again this particular trend is really bad and it is going down. Okay, so it is inequality adjusted human development index in Asia and the Pacific by sub-region 2010 to 2022. So this is a decadal decline that we can see in global hunger index. So similarly for Southeast Asia and the Pacific. The last index that I want to talk about is globalization, is the democracy index. But before we go into democracy index, we're basically talking about the globalization of elections. I'm purposely using this particular term, globalization of elections, because what has happened is election has become a universal phenomena today. It has become a universal phenomena from the point of view that that a lot of people today, or a lot of countries today, are democratic countries, and therefore we can say that elections are becoming globalized. Okay, when you're saying elections are becoming globalized, it essentially means that these particular global elections would mean global practices, and therefore everybody will fall in line with some kind of ideas that they have about elections. Okay, so therefore elections are something that are very cardinal to the representational politics and legitimization of the electoral process and legitimization of the ruling class, also ruling class or ruling people, ruling class, or maybe the rulers. Here, the rulers, I also mean that rulers in terms of the dictators as well, that I'll be talking about anyways. So so this particular term, globalization of election, I'm using this particular term, globalization of elections. Okay, and maybe as you have the comparative advantage theory of comparative advantage for globalization, I think on the similar lines, after some time we may have this particular theory of elections also. Another important aspect is that practice of electing the representatives of the people are almost the same, and democracy is often referred to as liberal democracy. Therefore, it is occupying a universal recognition. So also the election practice, and also the election practice is the same. So there are new challenges to this whole thing. Okay, so new challenges. We all know that, I mean, we have recently seen two very important elections. Over the period, there are new challenges because you're not only in India, but also globally. So you may have, some dictators going to polls. Like take, for example, if I'm not wrong, it was Saddam Hussein who had gone in for referendum, and in that particular referendum, 98% people said, sorry, 99.7% people said that they want Saddam Hussein as their ruler. Okay, so what happens is, why do people do these particular things? So it is like they want to show that even people have some kind of, people recognize their rule, people recognize their supremacy as their leader, and therefore it is important that people use these particular mechanisms to tell the world that no, I mean, this is not the way, I mean, this is what we're doing. Okay. Also, one of the major challenges is by technology. Okay, so if you're looking at challenges, there's major challenges of technology, and there were allegations that Russia and China were interfering to spread disinformation or misinformation during the US elections. And this is happening since 2016, 2020, 2024. All elections is happening. Okay, you all know that technology plays an important role. It is a very important thing that we need to look at. And if you're looking at technology in that sense, so obviously, the Twitter or Facebook, these are some of the ways by which you generally try and penetrate into the minds of people. And that is what would change the electoral scenario. Okay, you find that Twitter has played an important role in 2014 elections, because Twitter is also considered as one of the very important instrument that is being used by the intellectuals, and a lot of people follow that, and because of which you find 2014 elections was in favor of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi also in that sense. And then later on, you find that when Twitter started talking about certain other things, the Twitter had to face a lot of problems in India also. Okay. Similarly, here in the US, when you're looking at the US elections, I mean, there's a continuous, hammering on the people saying that probably the US elections, probably the elections are rigged by these particular countries. I mean, if you look at the US-Russia election misinformation, so they say that there are concerns over foreign influence in US politics, and this dates back to founding of the United States of America. So Alexander Hamilton, okay, he said that the desire in foreign powers to gain an improper
Am I audible?
You are audible, sir. You are audible. I think some
Yes,
network
yes,
issue
you are audible.
from sir's side. I think some.
Yes, sir, can you hear us?
Yeah. So in Washington's next slide, please. Aniket.
Yeah.
No, not this. The George Washington farewell speech. Okay, it cautioned the foreign influence is one of the most baneful foes of a Republican government. And during the Cold War period, the Soviet Union operated a sophisticated program involving covert and overt information efforts against the United States. So this is what was said in George Washington's farewell speech. Okay, that foreign influence is one thing that goes on. I mean, you'll be astonished to see that this particular thing, even now, it happens. There is a report. Maybe you can go on the website and check something called as RAND reports. I don't know. I have not put that in my presentation. Yeah, but then RAND, a report of national security, and that report talks pages together on how the elections could be rigged or elections were rigged. Okay, or it is alleged that the elections were rigged. That is what I can say. So technology, as we understand, is both sides. On the one hand, we have instances that show internationally too the technologies affecting adversely affecting the political process of the nation without direct human intervention. So all these kind of things that I discussed with you. On the other hand, in fact, when I was in the election commission, we wanted to bring in something new. Okay, we all know that today what's happening is people say that हमारा रोल के ऊपर से नाम नहीं है. I mean, electoral roll में हमारा नाम नहीं है या तो हमारा नाम है. I mean, whether our name is there or not, all those kind of things are there. You know that, I mean, I was talking to some people in some conference in day for yesterday in Aurangabad, and you find that in certain places, what people started doing is they started paying. You all know that people get paid to vote for a particular political party, isn't it? But then I could see something else that was happening over there, and they said that we are paying you so that you don't come for election for voting. And the corruption was to such an extent that those people, I mean, the managers, I mean, I would say that these are the managers of elections. These managers of elections paid to people, took their Aadhaar card or their voting ID card with them and kept it with them. Not only this, I was astonished to understand or to know or to learn one more thing, that these people were also carrying indelible ink with them, and their fingers were inked one night prior to the election day. Okay, so these are the problems with elections. These are the problems with elections. And therefore, you find that we may need new technologies, and these new technologies would mean blockchains. Okay, so in blockchain, you know that, I mean, we are looking not only that the elections become transparent, but it can also but it can also secure an individual, and individual security is also taken into consideration. So therefore, these are some of the things that blockchains could be used for elections. And I mean, the day would not be too far when
So I was gonna.
yeah. So probably there won't be a need for, Aniket, am I,
So I think so
Aniket?
there is some network issue. So there is some network issue from your end. We can't see you. You are audible to a certain extent.
Acha, right?
Yeah, you're
Am I?
audible.
Okay, fine. I mean, I'll go with that. Um, but you are looking after the slides, isn't it? I'm not able to see the
Yeah,
slide
yes.
on my. Fine. I mean,
Yeah.
it's okay. If others are able to see, that's fine. Okay. So basically, you may have these particular technological interventions that may come up over a period of time. So, in this particular context, then comes a very important thing called as democracy index. Okay, the Economic Intelligence Unit. Okay, it came up uh, with this particular index. Now they started the work in 2006 in democracy index. We have already seen the data of 2008 to 2023 in terms of in terms of Human Development Index, and also in terms of hunger index. This particular index also came in 2023, up to 2023. And this particular thing, it tries to combine information on the extent to which citizens can choose their political leaders. Okay, can the citizens really choose their political leaders in a free, fair election manner? What about civil liberties? What about, do they prefer democracy over the other political systems? And do they participate in politics? Okay, and have functioning governments that act on their behalf. Okay, so how far do we say that the election to the political, how far can we say that the elections are free, fair, and transparent? That is what we look at. Okay, and from that point of view, you essentially try and understand the democracy index. Okay, if the elections are free, fair, and transparent, why the democracy index is continuously falling? That's the question, isn't it? If we say that globally, I said that globalization of elections and all those kind of things. If globally you find that elections are taking place, globally you say that democracy is the best form of government. Globally you say that there were wars in Afghanistan, right? To secure democracy, America waged a war against Iraq to secure democracy, right? There were in Egypt, people came out on the street. There was a civil war broke out for for the democracy, right? If everybody is talking about democracy, if everybody is talking about representation, if everybody is talking about participation in the free, fair elections, then why the democracy index is falling? I mean, that is a major question. So this is the charting up of democracy index. So you find that in 2006, where were we? And in 2023, where we are. Okay, so the democracy index has fallen so less, and this is on the scale of 0 to 10. You are just above 50%. So whatever is desired from a democracy, okay, I don't think so, or whatever is desired from the election, I don't think so that elections are free, fair, and transparent. In this particular context, elections are not at all, elections are 50% transparent, I can say. Free, fair, and transparent. Okay. So this is the democracy index. You look at these particular categories, okay? Every category will tell you something, okay? These are the categories of electoral process and pluralism. Do we respect? And these are global trends. I'm not talking about any one country, okay? So global trends are electoral process and pluralism. You find it is falling down, okay? You find functioning of the government, it is falling down. Political participation, yeah, political participation certainly is rising up. That yellow line that you can see is going up. Okay, political culture is coming down, and civil liberties is drastically coming down. Okay, so I mean, when you're looking at these things, when you're talking about big things of of human development index, why human development index is not translating into this particular thing? What are the global challenges? And my submission would be, if you're talking about sustainability, sustainable development goals, and all of those kind of things, where do we land with those particular sustainable development goals? Is a major question, I think, that we need to understand. So if you are, see, these are all from the EIU, that is Economic Intelligence Unit website only. And therefore, these particular things, I mean, these are not manufactured, but these trends are taken globally. So if you look at number of countries that are full democracies, Okay, so all those full democracies would be dark blue and light blue. So there are only 24 countries which are full democracy, which try and look at, all of these things, which function well on electoral process and pluralism, functioning of government, political participation, political culture, and civil liberties. Okay, so there are only 24 countries like that. Flawed democracies are 50. So very light blue and even lighter shade. Okay, these are called as flawed democracy. Flawed democracy in the sense that these countries appear to be democratic, but they may not be democratic. Okay, then you have something called as hybrid regimes. So hybrid regime would be somewhere where you have elections, but a dictator rules. Okay, some of these particular countries would be the hybrid regimes. And then you have authoritarian regimes, and you have seen authoritarian regimes are 59.
Hello, sir. Can you hear us?
On a 0 to 10 scale. Okay, and if you see here, you find that democracy index in 23, okay, in the global average. I mean, what is the global average? I mean, in fact, in Western Europe, you find the global average is 5.49, but then pluralism in terms of that, you find they are doing much better, 9.39%. So electoral process is fairly good. Okay, so these are some of the trends. And if you're looking at, Asia and Australasia, you find that it is slightly above. In some places, it is less than the overall score, less than the average score also. So these are some of the trends that I have. I mean, that's all I have for this particular lecture. I'm grateful to you for inviting me. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. But then in a valedictory, generally we don't have questions. However, I mean, I don't mind if you have any questions. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Aniket, for sharing this. Aniket, just the last slide, because I spoke on the last slide.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is the slide where I was talking to you about the average. Global average is 5.49 in Western Europe, and 9.39 is what they are. I'm sorry, is what they are actually at. So if you look at the trend, the trends are much better in Western Europe. Whereas if you look at Asia and Australasia, you find it's bad. Civil liberties also, I mean, they're doing fairly good, 8.67. Okay, barring some instances, maybe small instances in certain white countries, you don't have much. But then there are also some kind of movements that have come up, like the Black Lives Matter and all these particular movements. Of these movements again coming to the fore, I think that there is seriously something wrong. And in this particular context, I mean, I don't want to give any sermons what will happen and all those things. I've just kept the data in front of you. Okay, and it is up to you to decide and to decipher also where are we going, where do we land in the given process. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, Karande sir, and the entire team of Vartak College, the IQSC coordinator, and my dear student, Aniket. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, for your thought-provoking and the insightful address. Your expertise and the deep understanding of the governance and policy making have truly enriched our perspective, like always. We are extremely grateful for your time and valuable insight, which have been made this session highly informative and engaging. Once again, I thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Priyanka Auti ma'am to present the conference report summarizing the key discussions and the takeaway from today's session. Auti ma'am, over to you.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
So good afternoon, everyone. I am Assistant Professor Priyanka Uti, going to present a report on one-day National Multidisciplinary Web Conference organized by SBVC College, Borivali West, Mumbai, the Department of Economics, Sociology, and Political Science, in collaboration with Internal Quality Assurance Cell, successfully organized a one-day National Multidisciplinary Web Conference on the contemporary theme intersecting realities, exploring new paradigms in 21st century. The web conference was inaugurated in the esteemed presence of chief guest and keynote speaker, Professor Sandhya Saxena, Professor of the Department of English, VRAL, Rajkiya Mahila Mahavidyalay, Bareilly, UP. The event was also graced by Principal Dr. S.P. Karande, Vice Principal Dr. Mahesh Uti, Coordinator Professor Kobragade, IQSC Coordinator Dr. Sushila Yadav, and all esteemed members of the organizing committee. The conference commenced with the inaugural function first technical session on the theme, Changing Family Roles and Dynamics in Globalized World. Our principal, Dr. S.B. Karande, warmly welcomed the guests and all participants. IQSC coordinator, Dr. Sushila Yadav, provided an overview of the conference, emphasizing its significance. Moving on, the chief guest and keynote speaker, Professor Sandhya Saxena, delivered an insightful session on the theme, Changing Family Roles and Dynamics in Globalized World. She highlighted the following key points: the transformation of family roles in the post-globalized world, the shift from the joint family system to the nuclear family system, the importance of joint families in upbringing of children and their role in inculcating social, cultural, and spiritual values, the fundamental role of families in laying the foundation for students of overall development. The session concluded with vote of thanks proposed by Assistant Professor Shailaja Rao. The rapporteur for the session was Priyanka Uti. The session was smoothly coordinated by Dr. Sushila Yadav. The second technical session focused on the theme, balancing well-being and economic output. The session commenced with welcome speech by Principal Dr. S.B. Karande, followed by an introduction by Dr. C.T. Patil. The session was chaired by Dr. Balasaheb Patil, Professor and Head of the Department of Economics at C.K. Thakur College, New Panvel, New Mumbai, who served as the chairman and resource person. He delivered a thought-provoking talk on redefining success beyond GDP, emphasizing the importance of incorporating well-being indicators alongside economic measures such as health, education, and the environment. He also provided insights into solutions for redefining success and discussed India's global standing in various indices, including HDI, Social Progress Index, Global Hunger Index, and Global Livability Index. In this session, a total of 2 participants presented research papers on socio-economic dimension. Professor Rajani Sontakke and Assistant Professor Mrunal Khobragade presented a paper. The chairman of the session appreciated the paper presenters for their insightful contributions and provided concluding remarks on research presentation. The session features engaging discussions and meaningful interactions among presenters and attendees. The session was coordinated by Dr. C.T. Patil, ensuring smooth proceedings and productive deliberations. It concluded with a vote of thanks proposed by Assistant Professor Shailaja Rao, expressing gratitude to the resource person, participants, and organizing committee for their contribution. The third technical session, based on the sub-theme, the third technical session cum valedictory session, based on the sub-theme, Global Indices and Inequality, was chaired by Dr. Mrunal Mehta, Professor, Department of Civics and Politics, University of Mumbai, who served as the chairman and resource person. The session commenced with the welcome speech by Principal Dr. S.B. Karande, followed by the introduction of the guest by Assistant Professor Aniket Sal. Dr. Mrunal Neely guided on the topic Global Indexes, the problem of integration and intersection for a better global society. He focused on the importance of integration of three global indices: Global Hunger Index, Human Development Index, and Democratic Index for the better society, along with the problems involved in integration and intersection of indices. He also analyzed and discussed the status of various countries through indices and brought into notice the seriousness of the situation. He pointed out the globalization of elections, pros and cons of technology to conduct elections smoothly and transparently at global level, and need to develop election system. Following the technical session, the valedictory session marked the conclusion of the conference. The session included reflections on the discussions and research presentation held throughout the event. The one-day National Multidisciplinary Web Conference was a great success. It provided a valuable platform for sharing knowledge and ideas across different subjects. The discussions and research shared during the event will help in improving studies and shaping better policies in various fields. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present our report. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your meticulous and the well-structured report. Your efforts in compiling the key highlights of this conference are truly appreciated. And as we move towards the conclusion of those enlightening sessions, it is my honor to invite the IQC coordinator, Dr. Sushila Yadav, ma'am, to deliver the vote of thanks. Ma'am, the stage is now all yours.
Thank you, sir. At the outset, I wish to quote William Shakespeare: "Small cheer and great welcome makes a merry feast." Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, faculty members, and dear participants, as we come to the close of this insightful and enriching conference on intersecting realities, exploring new paradigms in 21st century, I, Dr. Sushila Yadav, IQAC Coordinator and Conference Joint Secretary, dream with a great honor and privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks. First and foremost, I express sincere gratitude to our esteemed chief guest and keynote speaker of the inaugural and first technical session, Dr. Sandhya Saxena, Professor, Department of Economics, VRAI, Rajkiya Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Bareilly, Uttar Pradesh, for taking time out of a busy schedule to grace this occasion with her inspiring words and invaluable insights. Ma'am, your presence has truly elevated the significance of this conference. A special thanks to our distinguished chief guest and chairperson of the second technical paper presentation session, Dr. Balasaheb Patil, Professor and Head of Department of Economics, C.K. Thakur College, New Panvel, Navi Mumbai, for taking out time from his busy schedule and sharing his expertise, thought-provoking ideas, and sharing the paper presentation session. Thank you, sir. Your contributions have added immense value to our discussion and broadened our perspectives. I also thank our chief guest of the valedictory third technical session, Dr. Mrudul Nire, Professor, Department of Civics and Politics, University of Mumbai, for gracing the occasion despite his busy schedule and putting forward his insightful ideas. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and gracing this occasion. Your thoughtful ideas, love for fieldwork is really commendable. Also, your kind words of appreciation motivates us to do better. Thank you once again. We are deeply grateful to our respected principal, Dr. S.B. Karande, sir, for his continuous encouragement and unwavering support in making this event possible. We also express our gratitude to our vice principal for his guidance and cooperation. I owe special gratitude to the principals of various colleges, delegates, dignitaries, eminent guests, special invitees, participants who took out time from their busy schedule to attend this conference and contributed to the success of this conference. We express our gratitude to the paper presenters for their thoughtful presentation. I also express gratitude to the authors for sending their resource articles for this conference. To our dedicated organizing team, your hard work and meticulous planning have ensured the seamless execution of this conference. Your efforts are truly commendable. A heartfelt appreciation to our enthusiastic faculty members and participants. Your engagement, curiosity, and willingness to learn have made this conference a success. Special thanks to the technical team for their continuous assistance. Finally, I thank one and all for their direct and indirect cooperation and support for making this conference a success. As we conclude, let us carry forward the knowledge, ideas, and collaborations that has emerged from this conference. Thank you all and have a wonderful day. Thank you all once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Karande sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, Nani sir. Thank you very much. We
Thank
will
you.
be in touch with coming future. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Certainly. I'm sorry I was absolutely very informal.
Mm.
Okay, because it's a formal program, but I was on a holiday and I thought so. Thank you.
The
Thank you.
presentation was
Thanks
also
a
very
lot,
good.
sir. Thank you.
Like
Thank
your
you. Thank you.
presentation. Very apt for the conference as such.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Aniket sir, shall I leave the meeting? Shall we leave now?
Yes, ma'am. Everyone can leave. Thank you. Thank you for.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine.